Long before satellites mapped the oceans from space, before radar painted glowing images of distant ships, before emergency beacons could summon help with the push of a button, there was only the sea. An endless horizon. A restless force that has shaped civilizations, carried empires, created fortunes, and taken countless lives without leaving behind a single answer. Even today, despite all of humanity's technological achievements, more than 80% of Earth's oceans remain unexplored in detail. Beneath the waves lie mountain ranges taller than the Rockies, trenches deeper than Mount Everest is tall, forgotten wrecks, entire ecosystems no human eyes have ever witnessed, and stories that refuse to surrender their truth. For thousands of years, sailors have described the ocean with the same mixture of admiration and fear. They respected it because they understood something many people living on land rarely experience. The sea never makes promises. It doesn't care how experienced a captain is. It doesn't negotiate. And it never explains itself. Ships disappear. Crews vanish. Distress calls are interrupted forever. Sometimes a vessel is found drifting silently across the water with no one aboard. The meals are still warm. The navigation instruments are untouched. Lifeboats remain secured exactly where they should be. Personal belongings are neatly arranged inside empty cabins, as though every soul on board simply stepped away at the same impossible moment. Other ships are never found at all. No wreckage. No survivors. No final message. Just silence stretching across thousands of miles of open water. These aren't legends invented around campfires or stories created for late-night radio shows. Many of them are preserved in official shipping records, naval archives, insurance documents, newspaper reports, government investigations, and eyewitness testimonies. Historians continue to examine them. Marine archaeologists continue searching for evidence. Oceanographers continue discovering just how little humanity truly understands about the world's largest environment. Every unanswered mystery reminds us that history is filled with blank pages. Tonight, we're opening those pages. Some of the stories you'll hear have inspired books, documentaries, and decades of debate. Others have slowly faded from public memory, buried beneath newer headlines and forgotten by time. Yet every one of them left behind questions that still challenge investigators today. We'll journey across violent storms in the North Atlantic. Navigate isolated reefs in the Pacific. Follow abandoned ships drifting through endless fog. Explore military disappearances that remain classified decades later. Visit frozen Arctic passages where explorers became trapped forever. And examine ghost ships discovered with no trace of the people who sailed them. Each mystery begins with ordinary people. Captains who spent decades mastering the sea. Engineers responsible for keeping massive steam engines alive through impossible conditions. Young sailors leaving home for what should have been another routine voyage. Families waiting on distant shores, expecting letters that never arrived. Merchants transporting valuable cargo. Naval officers carrying secret military missions. Fishermen who believed they understood every mood of the ocean. None of them expected to become part of history. Yet somewhere between departure and destination, certainty disappeared. The ocean has always inspired myths. Ancient civilizations imagined enormous sea serpents lurking beneath dark waves. Sailors spoke of phantom lights dancing across the horizon, mysterious voices carried through heavy fog, and ghostly vessels appearing before vanishing without a trace. Modern science has explained many of these stories. Bioluminescent organisms can transform entire stretches of water into glowing blue landscapes. Temperature inversions can create optical illusions known as superior mirages, making distant ships appear to float in the sky. Powerful rogue waves, once dismissed as sailor folklore, are now recognized as genuine oceanic phenomena capable of striking without warning. Methane releases, underwater earthquakes, unpredictable currents, and sudden weather shifts have all solved mysteries that once seemed supernatural. Yet not every case has found an explanation. In many investigations, the evidence simply doesn't fit neatly into any single theory. Sometimes investigators discover enough clues to build several plausible scenarios, but never enough to prove one beyond doubt. That's where history ends. And mystery begins. Throughout this documentary, we'll separate documented facts from speculation. When official investigations reached conclusions, we'll examine their findings. When eyewitness accounts disagree, we'll explore why. And when historians remain divided, we'll consider the strongest competing theories while recognizing the limits of what the evidence can actually tell us. Because the most fascinating mysteries aren't the ones filled with impossible claims. They're the ones where reality is already strange enough. Take a moment to imagine standing on the deck of a ship in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. No city lights. No airplanes crossing overhead. No mobile signal. Just darkness in every direction. The nearest coastline may be hundreds, sometimes thousands, of miles away. The sea below descends into blackness deeper than any skyscraper is tall. Above you, the stars stretch from horizon to horizon with breathtaking clarity. It's beautiful. It's peaceful. And it's one of the most isolated places a human being can ever experience. Now imagine something goes wrong. A strange sound echoes through the hull. The radio suddenly falls silent. The compass begins behaving unpredictably. Fog rolls in so thick that even the bow disappears from view. Or perhaps nothing dramatic happens at all. Perhaps the ship simply never arrives. Days pass. Then weeks. Search aircraft scour thousands of square miles. Nearby vessels alter course to assist. Families wait anxiously by telephones. Newspapers begin asking difficult questions. Eventually, the search ends. The ocean keeps whatever answers it has. For every famous maritime mystery, there are hundreds of lesser-known disappearances recorded only in faded shipping logs and forgotten newspaper archives. Historians estimate that tens of thousands of shipwrecks remain undiscovered around the world, while countless smaller vessels disappeared without leaving enough evidence to determine what happened. In many cases, the true story may never be known because the ocean is remarkably effective at erasing physical evidence. Saltwater corrodes metal, currents scatter debris across enormous distances, storms reshape the seafloor, and marine life gradually reclaims everything left behind. That reality makes every surviving clue incredibly valuable. A damaged lifeboat. A captain's final log entry. A drifting piece of cargo. A single distress signal. Sometimes those fragments allow historians to reconstruct the final hours of a voyage. Sometimes they only deepen the mystery. As we travel through these remarkable cases, you'll notice a pattern emerge. Technology has changed dramatically over the centuries, but uncertainty has never disappeared. Wooden sailing ships, coal-fired steamships, diesel cargo vessels, luxury liners, fishing boats, military cruisers, even modern ships equipped with advanced navigation systems have occasionally vanished under circumstances that continue to puzzle experts. Perhaps that's because the ocean still plays by its own rules. Even in the 21st century, experienced mariners understand there is no such thing as complete control at sea. Weather forecasts improve every year. Navigation systems grow more sophisticated. Rescue coordination has become faster than ever before. Yet every voyage still begins with a simple act of trust. Trust that the weather will hold. Trust that the machinery will perform. Trust that the charts are accurate. Trust that everyone on board will make the right decisions when it matters most. Usually, that trust is rewarded. Sometimes it isn't. Tonight, we'll retrace voyages that should have ended in safe harbors but instead became enduring mysteries. We'll examine forgotten evidence, revisit historic investigations, and explore the unanswered questions that continue to fascinate historians, sailors, and maritime researchers around the world. So dim the lights. Settle in. And prepare to sail into waters where history fades into uncertainty. Because our first mystery begins with a passenger steamship whose final hours would become one of the most haunting disasters in maritime history. Its name was the SS Valencia. If you enjoy deeply researched mysteries, forgotten history, and documentaries that separate fact from fiction, subscribe to Xyromist and join us for journeys into the world's greatest unsolved mysteries. Now, let's begin our first voyage. On the morning of January 20, 1906, the passenger steamship SS Valencia departed San Francisco on what should have been another routine voyage north toward Seattle. The trip followed one of the busiest coastal shipping routes in North America, carrying travelers, businesspeople, families, and cargo between the rapidly growing cities of the American West Coast. Nothing about the departure suggested that this voyage would soon become one of the most haunting maritime disasters in American history. The Valencia wasn't a glamorous luxury liner. Built in 1882, she was a sturdy iron-hulled passenger steamer designed to transport people and freight along the Pacific coast. For more than 2 decades she had weathered storms, rough seas, and demanding schedules. Thousands of passengers had crossed safely aboard her, placing their trust in a vessel that had earned a reputation for reliability. Her captain, Oscar M. Johnson, was no inexperienced sailor. Like many captains of his era, he had spent years navigating the unpredictable waters of the Pacific Northwest, where dense fog, hidden reefs, violent winter storms, and powerful currents challenged even the most skilled mariners. Yet experience can only reduce risk. It can never eliminate it. Winter along the Pacific coast is unforgiving. Massive storms sweep in from the open ocean with astonishing speed, bringing towering waves, gale-force winds, and visibility so poor that sea and sky seem to merge into one endless sheet of gray. During the Valencia's northbound voyage, those familiar dangers began gathering strength. As the ship pushed farther north, the weather steadily deteriorated. Rain hammered the decks. Heavy swells rolled beneath the hull. The wind howled through the rigging with increasing violence. Visibility shrank until landmarks along the coastline disappeared completely. In the early 20th century, navigation demanded extraordinary judgment. Captains relied on charts, compasses, dead reckoning, celestial observations when skies were clear, and occasional glimpses of the coastline. There was no GPS. No satellite positioning. No electronic chart displays. A single navigational error during poor weather could place a ship dangerously close to unseen rocks. Historians still debate the precise sequence of navigational decisions made aboard the Valencia during those final hours. What is well documented is that Captain Johnson believed his ship was safely offshore. In reality, the Valencia had drifted much closer to land than anyone realized. The coastline of what is now Vancouver Island has long been feared by mariners. Stretching along its rugged western edge are steep cliffs, jagged reefs, and relentless surf. Sailors eventually gave part of this coastline a chilling nickname: the Graveyard of the Pacific. It wasn't earned through myth. It was earned through tragedy. Powerful Pacific storms frequently drive vessels toward shore, where hidden rocks wait just beneath the surface. Once a ship loses maneuverability in these conditions, escape becomes extraordinarily difficult. Even experienced crews have found themselves fighting an ocean that seems determined to push them onto the rocks. Late on the night of January 22, disaster struck. Without warning, the Valencia slammed violently into a reef near Cape Beale. The impact threw passengers from their beds. Furniture crashed across cabins. Steam pipes burst. The ship shuddered from bow to stern. For a brief moment, confusion reigned. Then came the realization every sailor dreads. The vessel was aground. Captain Johnson immediately ordered efforts to free the ship. Engines were reversed repeatedly in hopes of backing away from the reef. Nothing happened. Each crashing wave forced the Valencia farther onto the rocks. Every impact tore more damage into the hull. Seawater flooded lower compartments. The ship was trapped. Although radio technology was beginning to transform maritime safety, the Valencia sailed before wireless communication had become standard aboard passenger vessels. There would be no distress signal transmitted across the ocean. Their only hope was visual communication. The crew fired distress rockets into the stormy night. Brilliant flashes illuminated towering waves before vanishing into darkness. Some observers ashore reportedly saw the signals. But seeing them and reaching the stranded ship were two very different challenges. The Pacific had become almost impossible to navigate. Rescue ships attempting to approach faced enormous waves crashing against the same reefs that had trapped the Valencia. Passengers crowded the decks as icy rain soaked clothing and the freezing wind cut through every layer they wore. Some tried comforting frightened children. Others prayed quietly. Crew members raced between lifeboats, lifebelts, and damaged compartments while the ship groaned beneath relentless punishment from the sea. The Valencia carried more than 170 people. Every minute mattered. Launching lifeboats during severe storms is dangerous even today. In 1906, it could become catastrophic. The first lifeboats were lowered into enormous breaking waves. Almost immediately, disaster compounded disaster. Several boats overturned before clearing the ship. Others smashed against the vessel's iron hull. Passengers were thrown into freezing surf where survival depended not only on swimming ability but also on avoiding jagged rocks and violent currents. Eyewitness accounts from survivors described scenes of heartbreaking chaos. People called out to loved ones through the darkness. Crew members struggled desperately to maintain order. Every crashing wave threatened to sweep more people overboard. Yet amid the fear, remarkable acts of courage emerged. Crewmen repeatedly risked their own lives attempting to launch additional boats. Some passengers reportedly refused places in lifeboats so families could remain together. Others helped strangers secure life jackets before thinking of themselves. These moments rarely appear in headlines, but they remind us that history is often shaped not only by tragedy but also by extraordinary human compassion. As daylight arrived, the true scale of the disaster became horrifyingly clear. The Valencia remained perched helplessly on the reef. Gigantic breakers exploded over her decks. From shore, rescuers could actually see the stranded ship. The distance seemed frustratingly small. But between them lay one of the most violent stretches of water on the Pacific coast. Numerous rescue attempts followed. Some involved lifeboats launched from nearby communities. Others came from passing ships determined to help. Several efforts had to be abandoned because the surf was simply too dangerous. Rescuers themselves risked becoming victims. Eventually, crews established a britches buoy, a rescue system using cables stretched between shore and ship. Even that operation proved extraordinarily difficult. Storms repeatedly interrupted progress. Equipment failed. Heavy seas snapped lines. Every successful rescue required incredible precision and immense bravery. Meanwhile, conditions aboard the Valencia continued deteriorating. Food supplies dwindled. Exposure to freezing wind exhausted survivors. The ship itself slowly broke apart under constant pounding from the ocean. Large sections of the superstructure collapsed. Each wave stripped away more of what remained. For many passengers trapped aboard, hope rose and fell with every attempted rescue. Some watched boats approach only to be forced back by impossible seas. Others believed help had finally arrived, only to see rescue crews retreat for their own survival. It became a devastating cycle of anticipation and disappointment. When rescuers finally succeeded in bringing some survivors ashore, the stories they told shocked the public. Newspapers across North America described desperate scenes aboard the stranded vessel. Illustrations showed enormous waves engulfing passengers clinging to the wreck. Readers followed daily reports, hoping more lives might still be saved. Sadly, those hopes faded quickly. Over the following days, the relentless Pacific Ocean claimed nearly everyone still aboard. Of the more than 170 passengers and crew believed to have been on the Valencia, only a fraction survived. The exact number varies slightly among historical records, but historians generally agree that well over 100 lives were lost, making it one of the deadliest maritime disasters on the Pacific Northwest coast. The tragedy immediately raised difficult questions. Could better navigation have prevented the grounding? Should the ship have remained farther offshore? Were enough lifeboats successfully launched? Could rescue efforts have reached the vessel sooner? Government investigations examined many of these issues. Some criticized navigational decisions. Others highlighted the urgent need for better life-saving infrastructure along the dangerous coastline. In the years that followed, improvements were made. Additional lighthouses were constructed. Communication systems expanded. Life-saving stations received greater support. Maritime safety procedures gradually evolved, influenced in part by lessons learned from the Valencia disaster. Yet even after official investigations concluded, the story refused to fade into history. Instead, it slowly transformed into something even stranger. Local fishermen began reporting sightings of what appeared to be a phantom steamship moving silently through coastal fog. Some claimed the vessel resembled the Valencia herself. Others described hearing distant cries carried across calm water where no ships could be seen. These accounts were never verified, and historians generally treat them as folklore rather than evidence. Fog, unusual lighting conditions, and powerful emotions surrounding such a devastating tragedy can influence how people interpret what they see and hear. Even so, the legends became deeply woven into the culture of the Pacific Northwest. Then, years later, another discovery reignited public fascination. A lifeboat believed to belong to the Valencia reportedly drifted ashore in remarkably good condition years after the wreck. The finding prompted fresh speculation about ocean currents, preservation at sea, and whether every chapter of the disaster had truly been understood. Marine historians point out that currents in the Pacific can carry floating objects astonishing distances over long periods. While unusual, such discoveries are not impossible. Even today, debris from maritime accidents occasionally travels across entire oceans before reaching land. Still, the image captured people's imagination. A silent lifeboat. Empty. Returning long after those aboard had disappeared. More than a century has passed since the Valencia met her fate. Storms still batter the same coastline. The reefs remain where they have always been. Modern navigation has dramatically reduced the risks, but sailors navigating the graveyard of the Pacific continue to treat those waters with profound respect. Because the ocean remembers every mistake. And sometimes, it keeps the final answer forever. The next mystery takes us far from the storm-lashed Pacific coast to a vessel whose disappearance left investigators with almost no evidence at all, a ship that seemed to vanish between one routine voyage and the next. In the world of maritime mysteries, not every disappearance involves a massive ocean liner, a violent storm, or a dramatic distress call. Sometimes, the most unsettling cases begin with something far more ordinary. A fishing boat leaves port. Its crew follows a familiar route. Weather forecasts predict manageable conditions. Communication equipment is functioning normally. Everything appears routine. Then, without warning, the trail simply ends. No emergency transmission. No confirmed eyewitnesses. No wreckage scattered across the waves. Only unanswered questions. One such mystery belongs to a vessel known as High Aim 6, a Taiwanese longline fishing boat whose disappearance and eventual discovery created one of the most puzzling ghost ship cases of the 21st century. Unlike many famous maritime mysteries that unfolded more than a century ago, the story of High Aim 6 occurred in an era of satellite navigation, international search networks, and advanced maritime communication. It was a time when many believed that ships no longer simply vanished. This case would prove otherwise. The High Aim 6 was a relatively modest fishing vessel compared with the enormous cargo ships that crossed the Pacific every day. Built for long-distance commercial fishing, she operated far from land, where crews often spent weeks, or even months, working some of the most isolated waters on Earth. Life aboard vessels like High Aim 6 demanded endurance. The work was physically exhausting. Crews rose before sunrise. Heavy fishing lines stretching for miles had to be deployed and retrieved. Equipment required constant maintenance. Weather conditions changed with little warning. Every successful voyage depended on teamwork, experience, and discipline. For fishermen operating thousands of miles from shore, routine was more than a habit. It was survival. In October 2002, High Aim 6 departed with a multinational crew under the command of an experienced Taiwanese captain. Like countless fishing voyages before it, the mission attracted little public attention. Commercial fishing boats left and returned every day across the Pacific, supplying seafood markets around the world. No one imagined that this voyage would soon become an international mystery. For weeks, everything appeared normal. The vessel continued fishing in remote waters. Radio communications were limited but not unusual for long-range operations. Then, communication stopped. At first, no one immediately assumed the worst. Fishing boats sometimes experienced equipment failures. Poor weather could interrupt transmissions. Crews occasionally delayed scheduled reports while concentrating on their catch. But as days turned into weeks, concern steadily grew. Attempts to contact the vessel failed. There were no confirmed radio responses. No satellite reports. No verified sightings. The High Aim 6 had effectively disappeared somewhere within one of the largest oceans on Earth. The Pacific Ocean covers more than 63 million square miles. To appreciate the challenge facing investigators, imagine searching for a single vessel measuring only a few dozen meters long across an area larger than every continent combined. Even today, such searches are extraordinarily difficult. Ocean currents shift constantly. Weather systems move rapidly. Floating debris can travel hundreds of miles before being discovered. If a vessel sinks in deep water, it may disappear beneath several thousand meters of ocean almost instantly, leaving little or no visible evidence on the surface. Search efforts were initiated, but locating High Aim 6 proved impossible. Without reliable information about its last confirmed position, investigators faced an overwhelming task. Every passing day reduced the chances of finding survivors. Eventually, active searches diminished. To many observers, it appeared that High Aim 6 had become another vessel lost forever to the Pacific. Then, months later, everything changed. On January 8, 2003, an Australian surveillance aircraft spotted a fishing vessel drifting aimlessly about 1,800 nautical miles west of the Australian coast. At first glance, nothing seemed especially remarkable. Disabled fishing boats are occasionally found at sea. Mechanical failures happen. Engines break down. Storm damage leaves vessels adrift. But as authorities moved closer, an unsettling realization emerged. There was no visible activity aboard. No crew appeared on deck. No signals were being made. The vessel simply drifted with the currents. Australian authorities arranged for the ship to be boarded. What they found transformed a missing vessel investigation into a true ghost ship mystery. The ship was indeed High Aim 6. Yet not a single member of its crew remained aboard. The bridge was empty. Living quarters showed signs that people had once occupied them. Fishing equipment remained on the vessel. Supplies had not been completely exhausted. There were no obvious signs of catastrophic fire. No evidence of a violent collision. No indication that the ship had suddenly exploded or broken apart. Most disturbing of all, there was no immediate explanation for why an entire crew would abandon a vessel that still floated. Investigators began documenting everything they could. The engine had stopped operating. Exactly when it failed, and why, proved difficult to determine. Navigation equipment was examined. Personal belongings were inspected. Food stores were inventoried. Every detail might reveal what had happened during those missing months. The absence of the crew immediately raised one unavoidable question. Where had everyone gone? One possibility involved mechanical failure. If the engine became disabled in remote waters, the vessel could have drifted helplessly for weeks. Perhaps the crew believed rescue was unlikely and decided to abandon ship. But experienced sailors know abandoning a floating vessel is one of the last decisions a captain should make. A ship, even one without power, generally offers better protection than a small lifeboat exposed to the open ocean. Unless remaining aboard becomes more dangerous than leaving, maritime training strongly encourages crews to stay with their vessel. So what circumstances convinced everyone to leave? Investigators searched for clues. They found no clear evidence that the boat had begun sinking. No widespread flooding suggested immediate danger. No massive structural damage indicated the hull had become unsafe. If the crew abandoned ship voluntarily, something significant must have influenced that decision. Another theory focused on weather. The Pacific can produce enormous waves capable of damaging smaller vessels without completely destroying them. Perhaps severe storms had convinced the crew the ship would soon founder. Fear, exhaustion, and uncertainty might have led them to launch survival craft. If so, the drifting vessel survived, while the people aboard did not. Yet this explanation also contains unanswered questions. Weather records from the relevant period do not clearly support an extreme storm severe enough to explain every aspect of the case. Although rough conditions certainly existed at times, investigators found no single event capable of fully accounting for the mystery. Piracy was also considered. Commercial fishing vessels have occasionally been targeted by criminals in remote waters. Could armed attackers have boarded high AIM 6? The evidence, however, was inconclusive. There were no obvious signs of prolonged violence. Valuable equipment remained aboard. Nothing clearly indicated that pirates had taken control of the vessel before disappearing with the crew. Marine investigators generally prefer explanations supported by physical evidence. In this case, physical evidence was frustratingly limited. As forensic teams continued their examination, another detail complicated matters further. The ship had drifted an extraordinary distance before being rediscovered. Oceanographers studying Pacific currents noted that disabled vessels can travel thousands of miles over extended periods. Wind, waves, and seasonal current systems combine to create remarkably complex drift patterns. Reconstructing high AIM 6's exact path proved almost impossible. By the time authorities boarded the vessel, months had already passed. Any floating evidence connected to the crew had long since disappeared. If life rafts had been launched, they were gone. If emergency equipment had drifted away, it was never recovered. If personal items had entered the sea, the Pacific had scattered them across unimaginable distances. Families of the missing crew faced an especially painful uncertainty. Without confirmed evidence explaining the disappearance, there could be no definitive answers. No final timeline. No verified account of the crew's last hours. Only possibilities. Years later, maritime researchers continue examining the high AIM 6 case as an example of how even modern technology cannot eliminate every mystery at sea. GPS improves navigation. Satellite communications enhance safety. International rescue coordination responds faster than ever before. Yet once communication stops in the vastness of the open ocean, the environment itself becomes an adversary. Evidence disappears quickly. Water erases fingerprints. Salt corrodes machinery. Currents separate debris. Time works against every investigator. Perhaps the crew abandoned ship believing rescue was imminent. Perhaps they encountered an emergency that left little trace. Perhaps a sequence of smaller problems combined into one irreversible decision. Or perhaps crucial evidence simply vanished before anyone could find it. Today, High Aim 6 occupies a unique place among maritime mysteries. Unlike legendary ghost ships surrounded by centuries of folklore, this case unfolded in the modern world, documented by contemporary investigators and examined using modern forensic techniques. Even with those advantages, the final answer remains beyond reach. The vessel itself was recovered. The crew never was. That contrast is what makes the story so haunting. Usually, investigators hope to find people. Instead, they found only the ship, waiting silently upon an endless sea. As strange as the disappearance of High Aim May 6 seem, our next story is even more unsettling. It involves an American cargo vessel carrying one of the most unusual shipments ever loaded onto a merchant ship, a cargo so dangerous that some researchers believe it may hold the key to understanding why both the ship and her crew vanished forever. Her name was the SS Marine Sulphur Queen. By the late 1960s, the world had entered an era of extraordinary technological confidence. Commercial aviation was expanding rapidly. Humans were preparing to walk on the moon. Powerful computers were beginning to transform science and industry. Many believed that modern engineering had reduced the kinds of risks that once haunted sailors for centuries. But the ocean had a way of challenging that belief. On February 2, 1963, the American tanker SS Marine Sulphur Queen departed from Beaumont, Texas, carrying nearly 15,000 tons of molten sulfur bound for Norfolk, Virginia. It was a routine commercial voyage. The weather forecasts offered no indication of an extraordinary disaster. The crew consisted of 39 experienced officers and sailors, many of whom had spent years working aboard merchant vessels. Families expected them home within days. Instead, the Marine Sulphur Queen would disappear almost completely. No confirmed survivors. No complete wreck. No definitive explanation. More than 60 years later, investigators still cannot say with certainty what happened. To understand why this case remains so mysterious, we first need to understand the ship itself. The Marine Sulphur Queen had not originally been built to transport molten sulfur. She began life during World War II as a T-2 tanker, a class of ships designed to carry petroleum products across dangerous wartime seas. These tankers became famous for their reliability. Hundreds were built, helping supply Allied forces around the globe. After the war, many were converted for civilian use. The Marine Sulphur Queen underwent one of the most ambitious conversions ever attempted. Engineers transformed the former oil tanker into a specialized vessel capable of carrying molten sulfur heated to approximately 265 degrees Fahrenheit, 130 degrees Celsius. Transporting sulfur in liquid form offered significant commercial advantages. Keeping sulfur molten made unloading faster and more efficient. But it also created enormous engineering challenges. Unlike ordinary cargo, molten sulfur had to remain continuously heated throughout the voyage. Large insulated tanks were installed. Heating systems ran constantly. Temperatures had to remain stable. Every component required careful monitoring. The conversion was considered innovative. Yet some marine engineers later questioned whether the extensive structural modifications had unintentionally weakened parts of the ship. Those concerns would become central to the mystery. On the morning of departure, there appeared to be little reason for alarm. The vessel left Beaumont under the command of Captain Hugh F. McAvoy, an experienced merchant mariner respected by his colleagues. Crew members completed final inspections. Cargo systems operated normally. The ship entered the Gulf of Mexico and began heading east toward the Straits of Florida. Several days into the voyage, the Marine Sulphur Queen transmitted a routine radio message. Nothing seemed unusual. The report indicated the ship's position and confirmed normal progress. It was the last verified communication ever received from the vessel. After that, silence. At first, the lack of communication caused little concern. Merchant ships occasionally missed scheduled radio contacts because of weather, equipment issues, or operational demands. But as expected arrival times passed, anxiety grew. Repeated attempts to establish contact failed. No radio response. No distress signal. No emergency beacon. The Marine Sulphur Queen had vanished somewhere between Texas and Virginia. The United States Coast Guard launched an extensive search. Aircraft swept across thousands of square miles of ocean. Ships altered course to assist. Search crews scanned the sea for lifeboats, floating debris, oil slicks, anything that might reveal the vessel's fate. Days passed. Then something appeared. Scattered across the water were isolated pieces of debris believed to have come from the Marine Sulphur Queen. Investigators recovered life jackets. Fragments of wooden planking. Life rings. Small floating objects. But there was one thing they never found. The ship itself. No intact hull. No major wreckage. No survivors. No bodies. The limited debris created more questions than answers. If the vessel had suffered a catastrophic explosion, investigators expected a wider debris field. If it had slowly sunk after flooding, more floating material might have remained. If fire had consumed the ship, investigators hoped to find clearer evidence. Instead, they were left with only scattered fragments spread across an enormous stretch of ocean. As the search ended, attention shifted toward determining what could have caused such a complete disappearance. The official investigation became one of the most complex in modern American maritime history. Experts from multiple disciplines examined engineering records, weather data, ship design, maintenance history, cargo characteristics, and operational procedures. One possibility involved structural failure. The extensive conversion from an oil tanker into a molten sulfur carrier had dramatically altered the vessel's internal framework. Some engineers argued that removing and replacing structural components may have introduced weaknesses never fully appreciated during the redesign. Repeated stress from heavy cargo and rough seas could, in theory, have caused catastrophic failure. But proving such a failure without recovering the wreck proved impossible. Another theory focused on the cargo itself. Although sulfur is a common industrial material, transporting it in molten form presents unique hazards. If contaminated by certain substances or exposed to specific conditions, sulfur can release toxic gases such as hydrogen sulfide. Hydrogen sulfide is extremely dangerous. At low concentrations, it produces the familiar smell of rotten eggs. At higher concentrations, it quickly overwhelms the sense of smell, making people unaware of continued exposure. In sufficiently high amounts, it can incapacitate or kill within minutes. Investigators considered whether gas accumulation inside enclosed spaces might have created a deadly emergency. Yet this alone could not explain the disappearance of the entire ship. Attention also turned toward fire. Molten sulfur can burn under certain conditions. Could a cargo fire have triggered an explosion? Again, evidence remained insufficient. Without examining the wreck itself, investigators could neither confirm nor eliminate the possibility. Weather became another major focus. Historical meteorological records indicate that the Gulf and Atlantic experienced rough seas during portions of the voyage. Strong winds and heavy swells certainly challenged the vessel. However, investigators found no single storm severe enough to conclusively explain the loss of a ship of the Marine Sulphur Queen's size. The weather may have contributed. It did not appear to provide the complete answer. Some researchers proposed a chain reaction. Imagine heavy seas placing repeated stress on a modified hull. Structural damage begins. Cargo tanks shift under tremendous weight. Heating systems fail. Pressure changes. Gas accumulates. Crew members attempt emergency repairs while the ship pitches violently. Then, within moments, several failures occur simultaneously. No single problem sinks the vessel. The combination does. Many accident investigators consider cascading failures more realistic than one dramatic event. Real disasters often develop through a sequence of interconnected problems rather than a single catastrophic cause. Yet even this explanation remains speculative. The evidence simply isn't complete enough. As years passed, another factor attracted public attention. The marine sulfur queen disappeared within the broad region often associated with the Bermuda Triangle. Books published during the 1970s eagerly included the vessel among famous triangle mysteries, suggesting mysterious forces beyond scientific understanding. These claims attracted enormous public interest. However, professional historians and marine investigators urge caution. The so-called Bermuda Triangle is not recognized as a distinct hazardous zone by major scientific organizations. Its shipping traffic is among the busiest in the world. Given the immense number of vessels crossing the region every year, accidents inevitably occur. The marine sulfur queen's disappearance is mysterious because of the limited evidence, not because investigators discovered proof of supernatural causes. Separating documented facts from popular mythology remains essential. The real mystery is already extraordinary enough. The Coast Guard's final report reflected that uncertainty. Investigators acknowledged multiple possible contributing factors but concluded they could not determine the exact cause of the loss. It was, in effect, an official admission that the available evidence did not support one definitive explanation. For the families of the 39 crew members, that uncertainty proved especially painful. Without a confirmed wreck, there could be no complete reconstruction of events. No final timeline. No verified account of the crew's actions. No clear understanding of whether they fought heroically against an unfolding emergency or were overwhelmed almost instantly. The ocean had erased nearly every clue. In the decades since, advances in ocean mapping have transformed underwater exploration. Thousands of historic wrecks have been located using sonar, remotely operated vehicles, and deep-sea robotics. Yet despite these technological achievements, the marine sulfur queen has never been conclusively identified on the seafloor. Perhaps she lies buried beneath layers of sediment. Perhaps the wreck broke apart over an area too vast to recognize easily. Or perhaps it rests in waters so deep that it has simply escaped detection. Every year, researchers continue discovering previously unknown wrecks around the world. Some had been missing for over a century. Each discovery reminds us that today's mystery can become tomorrow's historical breakthrough. Until that day arrives, the marine sulfur queen remains one of America's most enduring maritime enigmas. A modern ship. An experienced crew. A routine voyage. One final radio message. Then. Nothing. Not every ghost ship is found drifting silently across the ocean. Some never return at all. And our next mystery involves exactly that kind of disappearance. A sleek catamaran left Australia with 3 experienced sailors aboard. Weeks later, it was found floating peacefully across the sea. The engine could still be started. Food remained on board. Personal belongings were untouched. But the 3 men who had sailed her had vanished without leaving a single confirmed explanation. The vessel's name was Cas-2. Some maritime mysteries unfold in the middle of violent hurricanes. Others begin with desperate distress calls that suddenly fade into static. But a handful of cases are disturbing for the exact opposite reason. There is no explosion. No massive storm. No clear evidence of panic. Instead, investigators discover something almost impossible to explain. A perfectly seaworthy boat. An untouched meal. Personal belongings exactly where they should be. And not a single person left alive to tell the story. Among modern ghost ship mysteries, few have generated as much fascination as the case of Cas-2. Unlike legends passed down through generations of sailors, this mystery unfolded in 2007, in an age of satellite communications, GPS navigation, digital photography, and international news coverage. It reminded the world that despite all our technology, the ocean can still erase an entire crew without leaving behind a convincing explanation. The story begins in Australia, where three experienced men prepared for what was expected to be a straightforward coastal voyage. The vessel itself was a 9.8-meter catamaran named Kaz-2. Built for stability and capable of handling offshore conditions, she wasn't a massive cargo ship or an aging fishing trawler. She was a modern sailing yacht equipped with navigation electronics, safety gear, life jackets, and communication equipment expected aboard a vessel of her class. Her owner, Derek Batten, was a retired businessman with a lifelong passion for sailing. Friends described him as methodical and enthusiastic, someone who respected the sea rather than underestimated it. Joining him were Peter Tunstead and James Tunstead, an experienced father and son team. Both men had spent considerable time on the water and understood the responsibilities that came with offshore sailing. This wasn't a group of reckless adventurers. They were ordinary people doing something they loved. In April 2007, the three men departed from Airlie Beach, along the coast of Queensland, planning to sail toward Townsville. The route passed through the breathtaking waters of the Great Barrier Reef, one of the world's most famous marine environments. To tourists, the region appears almost idyllic. Crystal clear water. Tropical islands. Colorful coral reefs. Gentle trade winds. But experienced sailors know the reef system hides countless navigational challenges. Strong tidal currents shift constantly. Coral formations lie just beneath the surface. Weather changes rapidly. Squalls can develop with surprising speed. Careful navigation is essential. For the first part of the voyage, everything appeared routine. There were no emergency calls. No reports of mechanical failure. No indications that the crew faced immediate danger. Then, communication stopped. At first, nothing seemed unusual. Small sailing vessels often spend periods without making contact. Friends and family expected the crew to arrive according to schedule. But when they failed to appear, concern began to grow. Several days later, a helicopter conducting a routine coastal patrol spotted a drifting catamaran approximately 88 nautical miles off the coast of Queensland. From above, the vessel appeared largely intact. Its sails were partially deployed. Nothing suggested catastrophic damage. Rescue authorities approached expecting to assist a disabled yacht. Instead, they encountered something deeply unsettling. There was no one aboard. Not a single crew member remained. The yacht drifted silently across calm water as though abandoned only moments earlier. Investigators immediately began documenting the scene. The engine wasn't destroyed. In fact, it started normally. The hull showed no signs of collision. There was no evidence of fire. No indication that the vessel had taken on dangerous amounts of water. The radio remained installed. Navigation equipment appeared functional. The GPS unit was still operating. Even stranger. One sail had become badly tangled, reducing the yacht's maneuverability but not rendering it unseaworthy. It was the kind of problem experienced sailors routinely handle. Inside the cabin, investigators discovered personal belongings exactly where they would normally be. Wallets remained aboard. Mobile phones had been left behind. Clothing was neatly stored. Food supplies were plentiful. The galley contained signs that a meal had recently been prepared. Nothing suggested a frantic evacuation. No farewell note. No obvious struggle. No signs of violence. One detail captured headlines around the world. A laptop computer was reportedly still running when rescuers boarded the yacht, although later reports differed on precisely how long it had remained powered. Regardless, electronic equipment aboard the vessel reinforced one remarkable fact. The boat itself had survived. The people had not. Investigators now faced a baffling question. Why would three experienced sailors abandon a vessel that still floated? Maritime survival training emphasizes one principle above almost every other. Stay with the boat whenever possible. Even a disabled yacht offers shelter. It remains visible to aircraft. It carries emergency supplies. It is far easier for rescuers to locate than three individuals floating separately in open water. Leaving a vessel voluntarily is generally considered an absolute last resort. So what convinced all three men to do exactly that? One possibility involved an accidental man-overboard situation. Imagine one sailor falls into the water while adjusting the tangled sail. A second immediately jumps in to help. The third attempts to maneuver the drifting yacht but loses control. Within moments, all three find themselves separated from the vessel. Without anyone aboard to stop it, the wind slowly carries the catamaran away. Experienced sailors acknowledge that such accidents, while rare, can happen astonishingly quickly. The ocean doesn't offer second chances. A person wearing ordinary clothing quickly becomes exhausted in open water. Even strong swimmers struggle against waves and currents. If the yacht drifted faster than the men could swim, recovery would become nearly impossible. Investigators considered this one of the more plausible explanations. Yet questions remained. Why wasn't anyone wearing a life jacket? Why were no emergency signals transmitted? Could all three experienced sailors really end up in the water at nearly the same moment? Another theory focused on the tangled sail. Perhaps worsening weather required urgent repairs. One sailor moved onto the deck. Another assisted. A sudden wave swept them overboard. The third attempted rescue but also entered the water. Again, the drifting yacht escaped. This scenario aligned with known maritime accidents. But no eyewitnesses existed to confirm it. Weather records added another layer to the investigation. Conditions during the voyage weren't perfectly calm. Moderate winds and changing seas affected parts of the region. However, investigators found no evidence of a major storm capable of overwhelming the yacht itself. The weather was challenging. Not extraordinary. Some media reports speculated about piracy. Could criminals have boarded the yacht? Australian authorities found no convincing evidence supporting that idea. Valuable equipment remained untouched. There were no obvious signs of violence. Nothing suggested the vessel had been intentionally ransacked. Others wondered whether a medical emergency triggered a chain of unfortunate events. Suppose one crew member suffered a sudden heart attack. The others rushed to assist. Confusion followed. Someone entered the water. Attempts at rescue escalated into tragedy. Without physical evidence or survivors, however, such scenarios remain impossible to verify. One aspect of the investigation particularly intrigued maritime experts. The yacht's throttle. Reports indicated the engine was still engaged, allowing the vessel to continue drifting under a combination of engine power and wind until fuel conditions changed. If true, this detail supported the idea that whatever happened occurred suddenly. There may have been no opportunity to secure the vessel before the crew disappeared. Australian investigators examined every available clue. Forensic specialists inspected the boat. Weather experts reviewed meteorological data. Marine accident investigators reconstructed possible timelines. Despite their efforts, the official inquiry reached a frustrating conclusion. No single explanation could be proven. The disappearance remained unexplained. For the families of Derek Batten, Peter Tunstead, and James Tunstead, uncertainty proved especially painful. Without eyewitnesses. Without recovered bodies. Without definitive physical evidence. There could be no complete understanding of those final moments. Only possibilities. As news spread internationally, comparisons quickly emerged between Cas-2 and one of history's most famous ghost ships, the Mary Celeste. Both vessels had been discovered abandoned. Both appeared largely seaworthy. Both contained supplies. Both lacked convincing evidence explaining why their crews vanished. The similarities fueled worldwide fascination. Yet investigators cautioned against sensational conclusions. Unlike fictional mysteries, real investigations rarely produce dramatic final revelations. More often, they end with unanswered questions because the available evidence simply isn't sufficient. The Cas-2 case serves as a powerful reminder of a difficult truth. The ocean doesn't always destroy ships. Sometimes. It only separates people from them. And that difference changes everything. A floating yacht preserves evidence. The open sea does not. Currents erase footprints. Waves wash away clues. Time quietly dismantles every opportunity to reconstruct the past. Perhaps the answer is remarkably ordinary. Perhaps it was an accident lasting less than a minute. Or perhaps one crucial piece of evidence disappeared beneath the waves before investigators ever arrived. Today, Cas-2 continues to appear in maritime safety courses, documentaries, and investigative discussions, not because of supernatural theories, but because it demonstrates how quickly a routine voyage can become an enduring mystery. 3 experienced sailors. 1 modern yacht. No distress call. No confirmed witnesses. Only an empty vessel drifting peacefully beneath the Australian sun. If there is one lesson the sea teaches again and again, it is this. The greatest danger isn't always the storm you can see. Sometimes. It's the moment no one survives to describe. Our next voyage takes us back more than a century to a mysterious American schooner discovered hard aground off the coast of North Carolina. Her galley still held food. Her cargo remained aboard. Her logbook ended abruptly. But every member of her crew had vanished. The ship would become one of the most famous ghost ships in American maritime history. Her name was the Carroll A. Deering. At sunrise on January 31, 1921, the lookout stationed at the Cape Hatteras Coast Guard station noticed something unusual on the horizon. Far beyond the crashing Atlantic surf, a large 5-masted schooner stood motionless against the morning sky. At first, there was no immediate alarm. Ships occasionally ran into trouble along this stretch of coastline. Strong currents, hidden shoals, dense fog, and rapidly changing weather had earned the waters around Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, one of the most feared reputations in maritime history. Sailors had another name for it. The graveyard of the Atlantic. For centuries, hundreds of vessels had been wrecked there. Wooden sailing ships, steamers, fishing boats, naval vessels, even modern cargo ships, had fallen victim to shifting sandbars and unpredictable storms. The stranded schooner appeared to be just another unfortunate casualty. But as rescuers looked through their binoculars, something didn't seem right. No one moved across the deck. No crew gathered to signal for help. No distress flag fluttered in the wind. The vessel simply rested on Diamond Shoals, one of the most dangerous underwater sandbanks on the East Coast. Its name was Carroll A. Deering. Within days, the ship would become one of the greatest ghost ship mysteries in American history. The Carroll A. Deering had been launched in 1920 at the G.G. Deering Shipbuilding Company in Bath, Maine. She represented the final generation of great American sailing schooners. By the early 20th century, steam-powered ships had already begun replacing traditional sailing vessels for much of international trade. Yet schooners like the Carroll A. Deering remained valuable for transporting bulk cargo. She measured more than 250 feet in length and carried 5 towering masts, making her one of the largest wooden sailing ships built in the United States. She wasn't ancient. She wasn't worn out. She was practically brand new. The ship's owner expected many profitable years ahead. Her captain was William B. Wormel, a veteran mariner in his 60s with decades of sailing experience. Friends described him as disciplined, knowledgeable, and deeply respected throughout the shipping industry. He had crossed the Atlantic countless times. Very little surprised him anymore. At least, that was the expectation. In August 1920, the Carol A. Deering departed the American East Coast carrying a cargo of coal destined for Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. The southbound voyage proceeded largely without incident. The coal was delivered successfully. The return voyage, however, would become anything but ordinary. Instead of carrying coal home, the schooner loaded a different cargo and began sailing north toward the United States. At first, nothing appeared unusual. Then reports began emerging that suggested all was not well aboard the ship. One of the earliest warning signs involved Captain Wormel himself. While the vessel stopped in Barbados, the captain reportedly complained about ongoing difficulties with parts of his crew. Historical records indicate tensions had developed during the voyage. Exactly what caused those disagreements remains uncertain. Merchant sailing demanded strict discipline. Crews lived together for months under physically demanding conditions. Conflicts occasionally erupted. Most were resolved before becoming serious. Whether events aboard the Carol A. Deering exceeded normal disagreements has never been fully established. But historians agree something had changed. As the schooner continued north, another strange encounter occurred. On January 28, 1921, the vessel passed the Cape Lookout lightship off the coast of North Carolina. Lightships functioned as floating lighthouses, permanently anchored in hazardous waters where constructing traditional lighthouses proved impossible. The crew aboard the lightship expected routine communication. Instead, they witnessed something unexpected. According to official reports, a man aboard the Carol A. Deering shouted that the ship had lost both of its anchors. That alone was concerning. Anchors were essential for controlling a vessel during emergencies. Without them, stopping safely near shore became far more difficult. Even stranger. The individual delivering the message did not appear to be Captain Wormel. Instead, witnesses described a different man, possibly someone from the crew. Why wasn't the captain speaking? Had he become ill? Was he below deck? Or had something already happened aboard? Investigators would later spend years asking those same questions. Adding further confusion, the lightship crew noticed several unidentified men moving around the schooner's deck. Nothing clearly indicated distress. Yet experienced observers sensed something unusual about the encounter. Unfortunately, before anyone could investigate further, the Carol A. Deering sailed away. It was the last confirmed sighting of people aboard the vessel. 3 days later, she was found stranded. When rough seas finally allowed boarding parties to reach the ship, investigators expected to find survivors. Instead, they stepped into silence. The crew was gone. Every single one of them. Captain Wormel had vanished. His officers had vanished. The sailors had vanished. Not one person remained aboard. The ship itself told an unsettling story. The galley showed evidence that a meal had recently been prepared. Cooking utensils remained where they had been used. Food supplies were still aboard. Personal belongings belonging to many crew members were missing, suggesting they may have left intentionally rather than being washed overboard. But not everything had disappeared. Navigation equipment was gone. The ship's logbook had vanished. Lifeboats were missing. The captain's papers could not be found. Yet much of the cargo remained untouched. There were no obvious signs of piracy. No widespread bloodstains. No evidence of a violent battle. The vessel appeared abandoned. But why? The investigation quickly became one of the largest maritime inquiries of its time. The United States Coast Guard, the Department of Commerce, and eventually even the Federal Bureau of Investigation examined the case. That alone demonstrates how unusual authorities considered the disappearance. Numerous theories emerged. One focused on mutiny. Could dissatisfied crew members have rebelled against Captain Wormel? Some investigators believed ongoing disputes aboard the vessel supported that possibility. If the crew seized control, perhaps they forced the captain and senior officers into a lifeboat. Later, everyone aboard may have abandoned ship. But there were problems. No direct evidence confirmed violence. No witness reported seeing a mutiny. And abandoning a functioning schooner in winter Atlantic waters would have been an extraordinarily dangerous decision. Another theory suggested pirates. The early 20th century wasn't entirely free from maritime crime. Could criminals have intercepted the schooner? Again. Evidence proved frustratingly thin. Valuable cargo remained aboard. Nothing indicated systematic looting. No confirmed pirate activity matched the timeline. The theory remained possible, but unproven. Then came perhaps the most controversial explanation. During the early 1920s, the United States was enforcing prohibition, banning the production and sale of alcoholic beverages. Smuggling operations flourished along the East Coast. Some researchers suggested the Carroll A. Deering may have encountered rum-running vessels engaged in illegal trade. Perhaps the crew witnessed something they shouldn't have. Perhaps criminal organizations intervened. Once again, there was no physical evidence linking the schooner to smugglers. The idea captured public imagination but remained speculative. Weather was carefully examined. The Atlantic Ocean near Cape Hatteras is notorious for rapidly changing conditions. Cold currents flowing south collide with the warm waters of the Gulf Stream, creating unstable weather patterns and dangerous seas. A sudden storm may have convinced the crew that abandoning ship offered their best chance of survival. If lifeboats launched into heavy surf, they may never have reached shore. Yet this explanation also raises difficult questions. Experienced sailors generally remain with a vessel unless it faces immediate destruction. Even grounded ships often provide better shelter than small open boats. Why leave? One detail continues to puzzle historians. The ship's steering gear appeared damaged. Whether the damage occurred before or after grounding remains uncertain. If steering failed while anchors were already lost, Captain Wormel may have realized the schooner was drifting helplessly toward Diamond Shoals. Launching lifeboats under such circumstances might have seemed like the only remaining option. But again, the evidence isn't complete enough to prove that sequence. As investigators struggled for answers, rumors spread across newspapers. Some linked the disappearance to mysterious foreign agents. Others blamed communist revolutionaries. Still others connected the case to supernatural legends surrounding the Bermuda Triangle, even though the schooner never disappeared within the commonly defined triangle boundaries. These stories sold newspapers. They did little to solve the mystery. Professional historians generally agree that the Carroll A. Deering is fascinating precisely because the documented evidence leaves multiple plausible explanations. None fully account for every known fact. More than a century later, the mystery remains unsolved. Marine archaeologists continue studying original reports. Historians compare witness statements. Researchers revisit weather records using modern analysis. Yet no new discovery has definitively explained what happened aboard the schooner during those final days. Perhaps the truth was surprisingly ordinary. Perhaps equipment failures combined with worsening weather forced impossible decisions. Perhaps interpersonal conflict escalated at precisely the wrong moment. Or perhaps one crucial event occurred that left almost no trace behind. The Atlantic Ocean is remarkably efficient at protecting its secrets. Waves erase footprints. Saltwater destroys evidence. Time silences witnesses. And eventually, history becomes mystery. The Carroll A. Deering never reached her destination. But unlike many lost ships, she left behind an empty stage. A ship with no actors. A final scene with no ending. A story still waiting for its last chapter. Our next voyage brings us into the 21st century, where one of the most advanced cargo ships ever built sailed directly into the path of one of the most powerful hurricanes in Atlantic history. Despite modern forecasting, satellite communications, and emergency systems, the vessel disappeared, and her final recorded words remain among the most haunting in modern maritime history. Her name was SS El Faro. On the evening of September 29, 2015, the American cargo ship SS El Faro eased away from the docks in Jacksonville, Florida, beginning what had become a familiar journey to San Juan, Puerto Rico. For the crew, it was another scheduled run. The route was well established. The ship was heavily loaded with cargo, trailers, shipping containers, and vehicles destined for the island. Many of the 33 people on board had made the voyage numerous times before. They knew the rhythm of the Atlantic, the procedures of the ship, and the responsibilities that came with working aboard a large ocean-going vessel. Family members exchanged their usual goodbyes. Some planned weekend reunions. Others expected a phone call once the ship reached Puerto Rico. No one imagined these ordinary farewells would become their last. The El Faro was not a small vessel. Originally launched in 1975 under the name Puerto Rico, she measured nearly 790 feet, about 241 meters, long and displaced tens of thousands of tons when fully loaded. Although several decades old, the ship had undergone upgrades and inspections throughout her career. She remained an important part of American domestic shipping under the Jones Act, transporting essential supplies between the U.S. mainland and Puerto Rico. Her captain, Michael Davidson, was among the most experienced mariners in the company. He had spent decades at sea. Friends described him as calm, professional, and deeply knowledgeable. Few people questioned his ability to command a vessel through difficult weather. That confidence would later become one of the most debated aspects of the investigation. As El Faro headed southeast into the Atlantic, meteorologists were closely monitoring a tropical weather system. It had been given the name Hurricane Joaquin. At first, forecasts suggested the storm would curve away from the Bahamas and remain well east of the ship's intended route. But hurricanes are living systems. They evolve. They strengthen. And sometimes, they change direction faster than anyone expects. Throughout September 30th, Joaquin intensified with alarming speed. Warm Atlantic waters fueled the storm's growth. Its central pressure dropped rapidly. Maximum sustained winds increased hour after hour. By the time forecasters fully understood its new path, Joaquin had become one of the strongest hurricanes of the 2015 Atlantic season. The problem facing Captain Davidson wasn't simply the storm itself. It was uncertainty. Weather forecasting is remarkably accurate today compared with previous generations, but forecasts remain predictions, not guarantees. Each update slightly adjusted the projected track. Every decision had to balance safety, schedule, fuel consumption, cargo obligations, and the constantly changing behavior of the hurricane. Investigators later reconstructed these forecast updates minute by minute. Their findings revealed just how dynamic the situation had become. On board El Faro, life initially continued as normal. Engineers monitored the propulsion system. Deck officers plotted the course. Crew members carried out maintenance and routine inspections. Meals were served. Equipment functioned. From the outside, nothing suggested the ship was approaching one of the most devastating maritime disasters in recent American history. But conditions steadily worsened. The sea became rougher. Powerful swells rolled beneath the hull. Wind speeds increased. Rain reduced visibility. The Atlantic was beginning to show its strength. Experienced sailors understand that large ships behave differently in heavy weather than smaller vessels. Instead of being tossed violently by every wave, they often rise and fall with slow, enormous movements. Yet even ships the size of El Faro have limits. Towering seas place tremendous stress on the hull. Cargo shifts. Machinery vibrates under constant strain. Every system aboard the vessel must continue working flawlessly. If one critical component fails, other failures can quickly follow. During the early hours of October 1, 2015, Captain Davidson made radio contact with the company's Emergency Operations Center. His voice remained calm, professional, measured. But the information he shared immediately concerned those listening. The ship had developed a list, meaning it had begun leaning noticeably to one side. Investigators would later determine that cargo shifting and flooding likely contributed to this dangerous condition. The captain reported that seawater had entered one of the cargo holds. He also described problems affecting propulsion. Then came another alarming development. The main engine lost power. For a large cargo ship facing a powerful hurricane, propulsion isn't simply about moving forward. It is the ship's primary defense. Without engine power, maintaining the correct heading becomes extraordinarily difficult. Instead of meeting waves at safer angles, the vessel can drift sideways, exposing its broadside to massive seas. That dramatically increases the risk of cargo movement, flooding, structural damage, and ultimately, capsizing. As the storm intensified, the crew worked desperately to restore power. Engineers battled rising temperatures, flooding concerns, and increasingly dangerous conditions inside machinery spaces. Above them, enormous waves battered the deck. The ship rolled heavily. Every movement became physically exhausting. Despite these challenges, the crew continued following emergency procedures. The professionalism demonstrated during those final hours has been widely recognized by maritime investigators. These were trained men and women confronting one of the most hostile environments on Earth. Then came the final communications. One radio transmission in particular has become deeply etched into maritime history. Captain Davidson calmly explained the seriousness of the situation. He reported that the ship had lost propulsion. The vessel remained exposed to hurricane-force winds. Flooding continued. The crew was attempting emergency repairs. His voice showed remarkable composure despite the circumstances. There was no panic. Only determination. It was the last confirmed conversation anyone would hear from El Faro. After that, silence. Search and rescue operations began almost immediately. The United States Coast Guard launched one of the largest maritime search efforts in recent American history. Aircraft flew through dangerous weather. Rescue helicopters battled powerful winds. Ships altered course toward the vessel's last known position. Crews searched relentlessly for survivors. Eventually, they found debris. Cargo containers floated across the Atlantic. Life rings. Pieces of the ship. An empty survival suit. A damaged lifeboat. Then came the heartbreaking discovery. No survivors. All 33 crew members had been lost. For families waiting at home, hope slowly gave way to grief. The questions were immediate. How could a modern American cargo ship disappear despite advanced forecasting? Why had it sailed so close to a strengthening hurricane? What exactly happened during those final hours? Unlike many historical maritime mysteries, investigators possessed one extraordinary advantage. El Faro carried a voyage data recorder, often described as the maritime equivalent of an aircraft's flight recorder. If recovered, it could reveal what happened on the bridge during the ship's final moments. Finding the wreck proved immensely challenging. The Atlantic Ocean in the area reaches depths exceeding 15,000 feet, approximately 4,600 meters. Pressure at those depths is crushing. Sunlight never reaches the seafloor. Only highly specialized deep-sea robotic vehicles can operate there. Months after the disaster, search teams finally located El Faro resting upright on the ocean floor. Soon afterward, investigators recovered the voyage data recorder. Its contents transformed the investigation. For the first time, experts could hear bridge conversations recorded during the ship's final hours. The recordings revealed a crew working under extraordinary pressure. Officers discussed weather updates, engine performance, cargo stability, navigation decisions. The captain evaluated new information while conditions deteriorated around them. The conversations offered something rarely available after maritime disasters. A direct window into human decision-making during an unfolding emergency. Investigators spent months analyzing every word. The official investigation concluded that multiple factors combined to produce the tragedy. Hurricane Joaquin intensified more rapidly than expected. The ship encountered conditions beyond what had originally been anticipated. Flooding developed. Cargo shifted. Propulsion was lost. Without engine power, El Faro became increasingly vulnerable to overwhelming seas. The investigation also examined operational decisions, weather information available before departure, company procedures, bridge resource management, and ship design. Numerous safety recommendations followed. The disaster prompted significant changes throughout the maritime industry. Weather information systems improved. Training standards evolved. Emergency procedures were reviewed. Bridge decision-making received renewed emphasis. Modern tragedies often reshape future safety. El Faro was no exception. Yet despite the detailed investigation, many people still ask one haunting question. Could the disaster have been prevented? Historians and investigators approach that question with caution. Looking backward through the lens of complete information is very different from making decisions in real time. Captain Davidson never possessed the full picture investigators assembled months later. He acted using forecasts available at the time, changing weather reports, operational experience, and the information visible from the bridge. Understanding that distinction is essential to evaluating historical events fairly. The goal of accident investigation isn't assigning blame. It is learning enough to prevent similar tragedies in the future. Today, El Faro rests silently beneath thousands of feet of Atlantic water. The cargo has long settled into darkness. Marine life gradually surrounds the wreck. The ocean continues its slow work of reclaiming what humanity once built. Yet the voices preserved within the voyage data recorder ensure that the crew's professionalism and courage will not be forgotten. Unlike many older maritime mysteries, El Faro gave investigators answers. Not every answer, but enough to understand how an ordinary voyage slowly transformed into catastrophe. It serves as a sobering reminder that even in an age of satellites, digital weather models, and advanced engineering, nature still commands profound respect. Because the sea has not changed. Only the technology we bring onto it has. Our next mystery takes us north to the icy waters of Lake Superior, where one of the largest and strongest freighters ever built disappeared during a November storm. No distress call explained her final moments, and for decades, one haunting question echoed across the Great Lakes. What really happened to the SS Edmund Fitzgerald? On the afternoon of November 9, 1975, one of the largest cargo ships ever to sail the Great Lakes departed from the port of Superior, Wisconsin, carrying a full load of iron ore pellets bound for a steel mill near Detroit. For her crew, it was another routine voyage across Lake Superior. The weather forecast called for strong winds. Nothing unusual for November. Every experienced Great Lakes sailor understood that autumn storms could become fierce. They had earned a nickname that carried equal parts respect and fear. The November Witch. These storms arrive when bitter Arctic air collides with the last lingering warmth above the lakes, creating explosive low-pressure systems capable of producing hurricane-force winds, freezing temperatures, and waves that can rival those found on the open ocean. Still, The SS Edmund Fitzgerald had faced bad weather before. Few believed this voyage would be any different. When she was launched in 1958, the Edmund Fitzgerald was celebrated as one of the greatest engineering achievements ever built for the Great Lakes. Stretching 729 feet, 222 meters, from bow to stern, she was, at the time, the largest ship on the lakes. Her enormous cargo capacity made her a vital part of the North American steel industry. Every season, she transported millions of tons of iron ore mined in Minnesota to steel mills throughout the United States. She wasn't simply another freighter. She was considered the flagship of the Great Lakes Fleet. Well-maintained. Powerful. Reliable. Her captain, Ernest M. McSorley, had spent nearly 4 decades at sea. By 1975, few mariners possessed more experience navigating the Great Lakes than he did. Quiet, respected, and known for his professionalism, Captain McSorley had safely guided ships through countless storms. If anyone could handle worsening weather, it was him. The Edmund Fitzgerald wasn't sailing alone. Nearby was another freighter, the SS Arthur M. Anderson, commanded by Captain Jesse Cooper. Throughout much of the voyage, the two ships remained in radio contact, exchanging weather observations and navigational information. That decision would later provide investigators with one of the most valuable sources of evidence. Because unlike many maritime mysteries, someone had witnessed the final hours. As the ships crossed Lake Superior, meteorological conditions deteriorated faster than expected. The storm deepened. Wind speeds climbed beyond 60 miles per hour. Snow reduced visibility. Massive waves, some estimated to exceed 25 feet, rolled across the lake. Experienced sailors often remind people that the Great Lakes should never be mistaken for ordinary inland lakes. Lake Superior alone contains enough water to cover both North and South America under approximately 1 foot of water. Its enormous size allows storms to build with astonishing power. When high winds travel uninterrupted across hundreds of miles of open water, they generate waves capable of challenging even the strongest ships. By late afternoon, both captains realized they were confronting one of the worst storms of the season. Despite the conditions, communication between the two vessels remained calm and professional. Captain Cooper aboard the Arthur M. Anderson asked about the Fitzgerald situation. Captain McSorley acknowledged that his ship had suffered damage. Historical radio transcripts indicate he reported problems including damaged vents, a fence railing, and a list developing aboard the vessel. Water was entering certain areas. Yet despite those difficulties, the Fitzgerald continued making progress. The crew remained focused on reaching the relative safety of Whitefish Bay, where the surrounding shoreline would provide some protection from the storm. Every mile mattered. As evening approached, the storm intensified even further. Rain mixed with snow. Powerful gusts screamed across the lake. Visibility dropped dramatically. Even the Arthur M. Anderson occasionally lost sight of the Fitzgerald through blowing spray and darkness. At approximately 7:10 p.m., Captain Cooper made another routine radio call. He wanted an update. Captain McSorley's reply has since become one of the most famous final messages in maritime history. "We are holding our own." The words sounded reassuring. Professional. Steady. No panic. No distress. Only determination. They were the last confirmed words ever received from the Edmund Fitzgerald. Just minutes later, the ship disappeared from radar. Captain Cooper initially assumed interference caused by the storm had interrupted the signal. Radar contacts occasionally vanished behind heavy precipitation or towering waves. He expected the Fitzgerald to reappear within moments. It never did. Repeated radio calls received no answer. No distress signal followed. No emergency beacon activated. Nothing. One of the largest ships on the Great Lakes had vanished. The search began immediately. Coast Guard aircraft launched despite severe weather. Nearby vessels altered course. Search crews scanned the dark waters for lifeboats, life jackets, flares, any sign that the crew had escaped. Morning arrived. The storm slowly weakened. But there was still no sign of survivors. Eventually, pieces of wreckage began appearing on the surface. Life rings. Debris. Oil slicks. The reality became unavoidable. The Edmund Fitzgerald had sunk. All 29 crew members were lost. Not a single body was ever recovered. Finding the wreck required specialized sonar equipment. Several days after the disaster, search teams located the ship approximately 530 feet, 160 meters, beneath the surface of Lake Superior. The discovery answered one question. The vessel had indeed sunk. But it immediately created another. The wreck lay broken into two major sections separated across the lake bed. Exactly how that happened remains one of the central mysteries of the case. Over the decades, investigators have proposed several competing explanations. One theory focuses on massive waves. During exceptional storms, unusual wave interactions can occasionally produce isolated waves significantly larger than surrounding seas. Today, these are often referred to as rogue waves. Modern science confirms they exist, although they remain difficult to predict. Some researchers believe an unusually powerful sequence of waves may have overwhelmed the Fitzgerald. If enormous amounts of water suddenly crashed onto the deck, flooding could have progressed faster than the crew could respond. Another possibility involves the ship's cargo. The Fitzgerald carried approximately 26,000 tons of iron or pellets. If flooding entered the cargo holds, the tremendous weight could have caused the bow to settle lower in the water. Combined with violent wave action, structural stresses would increase dramatically. Structural failure has also received considerable attention. Although the Fitzgerald had passed inspections before departure, investigators examined whether repeated stress over years of service may have weakened parts of the hull. Large steel ships constantly flex as they ride over waves. Most withstand these forces without difficulty. But under extreme conditions, metal fatigue can accumulate. Some experts argue the ship may have fractured suddenly while cresting enormous waves. Others disagree, noting the available evidence does not conclusively support that sequence. Another important question involved hatch covers. The cargo holds were protected by large steel covers designed to prevent water from entering. Could one or more hatch covers have failed? If powerful waves repeatedly forced water into the cargo spaces, flooding would gradually reduce buoyancy. Investigators examined maintenance records, recovered components, and engineering analyses. Even today, experts remain divided over exactly how much flooding occurred before the final sinking. Unlike ocean-going ships equipped with voyage data recorders today, the Edmund Fitzgerald carried no device capable of recording conversations on the bridge. No one heard Captain McSorley's final decisions. No one knows precisely what the crew saw during those last minutes. The lake kept those answers. Over the years, underwater expeditions have visited the wreck numerous times. Remotely operated vehicles captured haunting images. The bow rests deeply embedded in lake sediment. The stern lies hundreds of feet away. Windows remain dark. Railings twist silently beneath cold fresh water. Because Lake Superior is exceptionally cold, the wreck has remained remarkably well preserved compared with many saltwater shipwrecks. Each expedition offers historians valuable information. Yet none has produced a definitive explanation accepted by every expert. The tragedy inspired books, investigations, documentaries, and one of the most famous maritime ballads ever written. But beyond its cultural impact, the Edmund Fitzgerald changed maritime safety throughout the Great Lakes. Weather forecasting improved. Emergency communication procedures evolved. Inspection standards became more rigorous. Survival equipment received greater attention. Many safety improvements adopted after 1975 were influenced directly by lessons learned from the disaster. In that sense, the crew's legacy continues protecting sailors today. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of the Fitzgerald mystery isn't what investigators discovered. It's what they didn't. No distress call. No mayday. No indication that Captain McSorley believed disaster was only moments away. Ships rarely disappear so completely without giving their crews enough time to ask for help. That silence has fueled decades of debate. Did the ship sink within seconds? Did a sudden structural failure leave no opportunity for communication? Or did conditions deteriorate so rapidly that survival became impossible before anyone could reach the radio? No one knows. Today, every November, as cold winds sweep across Lake Superior, experienced captains remember the Fitzgerald. Not because her fate was supernatural, but because it demonstrated a truth every mariner understands. Experience reduces risk. Preparation reduces risk. Technology reduces risk. None eliminate it completely. The lake demands respect. Every single voyage. Every single season. And sometimes, even the strongest ship can lose its final battle. Our next mystery leaves the stormy waters of North America behind and follows a Russian cargo vessel that vanished from official records before unexpectedly reappearing as an abandoned ship drifting across the North Atlantic, a silent reminder that not every ghost ship belongs to the distant past. Her name was MV Lyubov Orlova. Every so often, a story emerges that seems almost too strange to be real. A ship breaks free from its towline. It drifts into the open ocean. Months pass. Then years. No crew. No destination. No one aboard to alter its course. Only wind. Currents. And the vast Atlantic Ocean deciding where it will go next. The mystery of MV Lyubov Orlova isn't one of a crew disappearing overnight. Instead, it's the unsettling story of a ship that refused to disappear. A vessel that seemed determined to keep sailing long after everyone had abandoned it. For years, reports of mysterious sightings, conflicting statements, and sensational headlines transformed an aging expedition ship into one of the most talked about ghost ships of the modern era. But separating fact from fiction isn't easy. Because as often happens with maritime mysteries, reality became tangled with rumor. The Lyubov Orlova was built in 1976 in what was then Yugoslavia. Unlike massive cargo ships or military vessels, she was designed as an expedition cruise ship capable of navigating icy northern waters. Her reinforced hull allowed her to carry adventurous travelers into some of the most remote environments on Earth. Over the years, she sailed through the Arctic and Antarctic, transporting tourists eager to witness towering glaciers, drifting icebergs, and wildlife rarely seen elsewhere. The ship was named after Lyubov Orlova, one of the Soviet Union's most celebrated actresses. At the height of her career, the vessel represented exploration and discovery. Passengers photographed polar bears from the deck. Scientists visited isolated research stations. Travelers experienced landscapes few people ever witness firsthand. For decades, the ship served her purpose well. But ships, like people, eventually grow old. By the early 21st century, maintaining aging expedition vessels had become increasingly expensive. Safety regulations evolved. Operating costs increased. Competition from newer ships intensified. Eventually, the Lyubov Orlova was retired from active service. In 2010, financial problems left the vessel detained in St. John's, Newfoundland, after disputes involving unpaid debts. For nearly 2 years, she remained tied to the dock. Her engines fell silent. Cabins emptied. Maintenance slowed. The once busy expedition ship gradually became little more than an aging hull waiting for its future to be decided. Finally, that decision came. The vessel was sold for scrap. In January 2013, plans were made to tow the Lyubov Orlova across the Atlantic to a shipbreaking yard in the Dominican Republic, where she would be dismantled. It should have been the final chapter in the ship's history. Instead, it became the beginning of her legend. On January 23, 2013, a tugboat began towing the abandoned vessel away from Newfoundland. The weather initially appeared manageable. The Atlantic, however, has a habit of changing its plans. Only one day into the voyage, rough seas placed enormous strain on the towing cable. Then, the line snapped. Suddenly, the Lyubov Orlova was no longer connected to anything. She drifted freely across the North Atlantic. The tug attempted to reconnect. Crews worked repeatedly to regain control. But worsening weather made boarding the unmanned vessel extremely dangerous. Each attempt failed. Authorities now faced an unusual problem. An empty ship, weighing thousands of tons, was drifting without anyone aboard to steer it. Transport officials monitored the vessel as best they could. Emergency plans were discussed. Another towing operation was considered. But before a successful recovery could take place, the Lyubov Orlova disappeared from reliable tracking. The North Atlantic is enormous. Storms moved through the region. Powerful currents carried the vessel unpredictably. Without continuous monitoring, estimating its precise location became increasingly difficult. For a time, the ghost ship simply vanished. Then the headlines began. Newspapers around the world reported dramatic stories. Some claimed the vessel was drifting toward the coast of Ireland. Others suggested it threatened Scotland. A few articles warned it could collide with offshore oil platforms. Perhaps the most sensational reports claimed the abandoned ship had become infested with large populations of rats surviving by feeding on one another. The image captured public imagination instantly. An empty ship, filled with starving rats, drifting endlessly across the Atlantic. It sounded like something from a horror film. But how much of it was actually true? Maritime experts quickly urged caution. The existence of rats aboard older ships was hardly unusual. For centuries, rodents have occasionally traveled aboard merchant vessels. However, many of the more dramatic claims lacked reliable evidence. No investigators had boarded the drifting ship after it broke free. No one had documented large rat populations. The frightening stories spread largely through media repetition rather than verified observation. This became a perfect example of how maritime mysteries often grow larger than the available facts. The real story remained compelling enough. There was no need to exaggerate it. As weeks became months, authorities continued monitoring possible satellite observations and debris reports. Occasionally, unidentified radar contacts raised hopes that the vessel had been located. Each lead eventually faded. Oceanographers explained why finding the ship had become so difficult. The North Atlantic contains some of the world's most complex current systems. The Labrador Current, the North Atlantic Drift, and countless smaller circulations interact constantly. Wind adds another layer of unpredictability. A powerless vessel can follow remarkably complicated paths. Unlike a ship under command, a drifting hull responds differently to every storm. Predicting its exact location weeks later becomes extraordinarily challenging. Then came another possible clue. In February 2013, emergency distress equipment associated with the vessel reportedly transmitted signals. For a brief moment, optimism returned. Perhaps investigators had finally narrowed the search area. However, interpreting emergency beacon data is rarely straightforward. Signals can malfunction. Equipment may separate from a vessel. Ocean conditions complicate analysis. Despite renewed attention, no confirmed recovery followed. The Lyubov Orlova remained missing. Over time, marine authorities gradually reached what many investigators considered the most likely conclusion. At some point during its uncontrolled drift, the vessel probably sank. Abandoned ships gradually deteriorate. Water enters through damaged seals, ventilation openings, or structural weaknesses. Repeated storms accelerate the process. Eventually, buoyancy is lost. Once that happens, a ship disappears beneath the surface. If sinking occurs in deep ocean far from witnesses, no one may ever know precisely when or where it happened. The Atlantic simply closes above it. Yet uncertainty remained. Because no one actually witnessed the sinking. No confirmed wreck has ever been publicly identified. Without direct evidence, complete certainty remains impossible. And wherever uncertainty exists, stories flourish. Some sailors later reported seeing distant vessels matching the Lyubov Orlova's description. Others believed radar contacts represented the ghost ship continuing its endless voyage. Most of these reports could never be verified. Fog. Distance. Optical illusions. Similar-looking ships. The ocean offers many opportunities for mistaken identity. Still, the legend endured. Maritime historians often point out that abandoned vessels drifting across oceans are not nearly as rare as popular culture suggests. Every year, storms separate barges, fishing boats, and occasionally larger ships from their moorings or towlines. Most are eventually recovered. Some sink unnoticed. A few travel astonishing distances before reaching land. The Lyubov Orlova became famous not because drifting ships are impossible, but because the combination of modern media, unanswered questions, and dramatic storytelling transformed an ordinary maritime incident into an international mystery. In many ways, the public helped create the legend. Today, the most widely accepted explanation is also the simplest. The vessel likely drifted for some time before slowly taking on water and sinking somewhere in the North Atlantic. No conspiracy. No supernatural force. Just the inevitable outcome of an aging ship abandoned to one of the harshest oceans on Earth. Yet there is something strangely haunting about that image. A silent expedition ship. Once filled with explorers. Now wandering alone beneath dark Atlantic skies. No captain on the bridge. No voices in the cabins. Only waves striking steel that no one would ever hear. Perhaps that's why ghost ships continue to fascinate us. They remind us that ships often seem almost alive. Long after their crews have gone, they continue their journeys. At least for a while. The sea, however, always has the final word. And our next mystery is perhaps the most chilling of them all. It involves a merchant vessel reportedly discovered with every member of its crew dead under circumstances so bizarre that, for more than 70 years, historians have argued over one fundamental question. Did the SS Aurang Medan ever exist at all? Imagine you're the radio operator aboard a cargo ship crossing the Strait of Malacca, one of the busiest shipping lanes on Earth. The sea is calm. The engines hum steadily beneath your feet. Routine messages pass between nearby vessels. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Then your receiver crackles to life. A weak voice breaks through the static. The transmission is uneven. As though the operator is struggling to stay conscious. The message is short. Urgent. And unlike anything you've ever heard before. All officers, including the captain, are dead, lying in chart room and bridge. Several moments of silence follow. Then one final sentence. I die. The transmission ends. No further communication is ever received. For decades, this chilling distress call has been linked to one of the most controversial maritime mysteries ever recorded. A ghost ship known as the SS Aurang Medan. But unlike the mysteries we've explored so far, this story contains an unusual complication. Historians cannot even agree whether the ship actually existed. That uncertainty has transformed the Unsolved Maritime from a simple maritime mystery into something far more fascinating. A mystery about a mystery. According to the most widely circulated version of events, the incident occurred sometime during the late 1940s, although different accounts place it in either 1947 or 1948. The alleged location was the Strait of Malacca, the narrow body of water connecting the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea. For centuries, these waters have served as one of the world's most important commercial routes. Thousands of merchant vessels pass through every year. Cargo ships, oil tankers, naval vessels, fishing boats. The route is crowded, strategically vital, and carefully monitored. If a ship experienced serious trouble there, nearby vessels would often respond quickly. Which makes the Unsolved Maritime story all the more intriguing. According to later reports, multiple ships intercepted the mysterious distress transmission. One nearby American vessel, most commonly identified as the Silver Star, altered course toward the reported position. After several hours, the crew reportedly spotted the distressed cargo ship. From a distance, nothing appeared unusual. The vessel floated upright. There were no visible signs of fire. No smoke. No collision damage. No obvious flooding. Yet something felt wrong. No crew members appeared on deck. No one answered visual signals. The ship remained eerily silent. A boarding party was assembled. Experienced sailors crossed onto the mysterious vessel expecting to assist injured crew members. Instead, they allegedly encountered one of the most disturbing scenes in maritime folklore. According to the story, every crew member aboard was dead. The captain lay on the bridge. Radio operators remained near their equipment. Engine room personnel were found at their stations. None showed obvious external injuries. Even more unsettling, many bodies were reportedly discovered with expressions of intense fear. Some accounts described faces frozen in terror. Others mention arms raised as though trying to defend themselves from something unseen. A ship's dog was also allegedly found dead. The entire vessel appeared abandoned by life itself. Yet there was no clear evidence explaining what had happened. No visible battle. No widespread fire damage. No major flooding. No piracy. Nothing that immediately accounted for the deaths of everyone aboard. The boarding crew reportedly began searching for clues. Cargo manifests. Navigation records. The captain's log. Anything that might explain the disaster. Then, according to the legend, something unexpected happened. Smoke was noticed rising from below deck. Some witnesses later claimed unusual heat was building inside the cargo holds. Fearing fire, or perhaps an explosion, the boarding party quickly returned to the Silver Star. Moments later, the Unsolved Maritime allegedly exploded. Flames erupted through the ship. The vessel sank rapidly beneath the surface. With it, every remaining piece of physical evidence disappeared forever. It is a story almost perfectly designed to frustrate investigators. The crew dies. The ship sinks. The evidence vanishes. Only eyewitness accounts remain. If the story ended there, it would already rank among history's strangest maritime tales. But the real mystery begins afterward. Researchers attempting to verify the incident encountered an unexpected problem. Official documentation proved remarkably difficult to find. No universally accepted ship registration has ever been located. No surviving insurance records clearly identify a vessel named Unsolved Maritime. Maritime databases contain no definitive construction history matching the famous story. For professional historians, that immediately raises important questions. Was the ship operating under another name? Were records lost? Or did later writers unknowingly repeat a story that had gradually evolved from rumor into accepted fact? The name itself provides another clue. Orang Medan is generally interpreted as deriving from Malay or Indonesian linguistic roots meaning roughly, man from Medan, with Medan being a major city on the Indonesian island of Sumatra. Interestingly, that sounds more like a descriptive phrase than a conventional merchant ship's registered name. Some researchers have suggested translation errors over the decades may have contributed to confusion surrounding the vessel's identity. Despite uncertainty about the ship's existence, numerous theories have attempted to explain what might have happened, assuming the incident occurred in some form. One of the most widely discussed involves dangerous cargo. Following World War II, large quantities of military chemicals remained scattered across global supply networks. Some historians speculate that an unidentified cargo vessel may have been secretly transporting hazardous substances. Compounds such as potassium cyanide or nitroglycerin have occasionally been mentioned in later retellings. If improperly stored chemicals reacted with seawater, they could potentially release highly toxic gases. Exposure might incapacitate a crew rapidly. A subsequent fire or explosion could destroy the ship. It sounds plausible. But there is a major problem. No surviving cargo records support this scenario. It remains speculation. Another theory involves carbon monoxide. Poorly ventilated engine spaces can allow dangerous gases to accumulate. Carbon monoxide is colorless, odorless, and deadly. Victims often lose consciousness without recognizing the danger. Could malfunctioning machinery have filled parts of the ship with poisonous gas? Possibly. But again, there is insufficient evidence to prove it. Some writers have proposed that leaking cargo produced hydrogen cyanide or other toxic compounds capable of causing sudden death. Others suggest methane pockets released from the seafloor. Still others point toward accidental poisoning involving industrial chemicals. Each theory attempts to explain the reported absence of visible injuries. Yet every explanation encounters the same obstacle. Without verified forensic evidence, no hypothesis can be confirmed. Naturally, the story also attracted supernatural interpretations. Books discussing ghost ships, paranormal phenomena, and the Bermuda Triangle often included the Orang Medan despite the incident supposedly occurring thousands of miles away in Southeast Asia. Some suggested mysterious forces unknown to science. Others imagined encounters with unexplained phenomena. Professional maritime historians generally reject such conclusions. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. In this case, the evidence is remarkably limited. Perhaps the greatest breakthrough came not from discovering new proof, but from studying how the story itself spread. Researchers traced many modern versions back to magazine articles published years after the alleged incident. Each retelling added small details. Expressions on the crew's faces. Descriptions of the weather. Conversations among rescuers. Over time, the narrative became richer. More dramatic. More cinematic. Yet not necessarily more accurate. This process is common in historical folklore. Stories evolve. Each generation adds another layer. Eventually, separating original reports from later embellishments becomes extraordinarily difficult. Does that mean the entire story is fictional? Not necessarily. Some historians believe there may have been a real maritime accident involving an unidentified vessel. Over decades, incomplete reports, translation issues, and repeated retellings could have transformed an ordinary disaster into the famous Orang Medan legend. Others remain unconvinced, arguing that the lack of primary documentation makes the story impossible to verify. At present, both positions remain defensible. And perhaps that's why the Orang Medan continues to fascinate researchers. Unlike other ghost ships, where the mystery concerns what happened. Here, the first mystery is whether it happened at all. It's a reminder that history itself can sometimes become lost at sea. Records disappear. Documents are destroyed. Witnesses pass away. Memories change. Eventually, even the existence of an event can become uncertain. Whether the SS Aurang Medan was a real ship, a misunderstood incident, or a legend shaped by decades of storytelling, its enduring appeal reveals something about human curiosity. We are drawn not only to unanswered questions, but also to the fragile nature of history itself. Sometimes the ocean hides ships. Sometimes it hides the truth. And our next mystery takes us into the heart of one of the largest unexplained naval disappearances in American history. A colossal U.S. Navy collier carrying more than 300 officers and sailors departed during the final year of World War I. She never reached her destination. No distress call was received. No confirmed wreckage was found for generations. The vessel was so large that many believed she was unsinkable. Her name was the USS Cyclops. In the history of the United States Navy, thousands of ships have served during war and peace. Many were damaged in combat. Others were lost to storms, accidents, or enemy action. In nearly every case, investigators eventually discovered what happened. But one disappearance continues to stand apart. Not because of strange lights in the sky. Not because of supernatural legends. But because an enormous naval vessel carrying 309 people simply vanished without leaving behind a convincing explanation. No distress call. No confirmed survivors. No verified eyewitnesses. For more than a century, the fate of the USS Cyclops has remained one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in American naval history. The USS Cyclops was launched in 1910 as part of the U.S. Navy's growing fleet of collier ships. Unlike battleships or cruisers, colliers had a very specific mission. They transported coal. In the early 20th century, coal was the lifeblood of naval power. Before ships transitioned to oil-fired engines, fleets depended on a constant supply of coal to remain operational. Without it, even the most powerful warship became little more than a drifting piece of steel. The Cyclops was designed for exactly that purpose. She measured more than 540 feet, 165 meters, in length and displaced over 19,000 tons, making her one of the largest ships in the U.S. Navy at the time. Massive cargo holds stretched deep inside her hull, allowing her to transport enormous quantities of fuel across the Atlantic. She was considered robust, dependable, essential. No one imagined she would one day disappear without a trace. By 1918, the world was consumed by the final year of World War I. Although the United States had entered the conflict only a year earlier, American naval operations had expanded rapidly. Ships crossed the Atlantic constantly, carrying fuel, supplies, equipment, and personnel to support Allied operations in Europe. The Cyclops became an important part of that logistical network. In early 1918, she departed Norfolk, Virginia, bound for Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, where she loaded approximately 10,800 tons of manganese ore. Manganese may not sound particularly important today, but during wartime it was a valuable industrial material used in steel production. The cargo was extremely heavy. Much heavier than coal. And its weight would later become one of the central questions surrounding the ship's disappearance. After leaving Brazil, the Cyclops stopped at Barbados on March 3, 1918, for fuel and provisions. Several people who interacted with the ship there later recalled nothing that immediately suggested disaster. The vessel appeared operational. The crew continued routine duties. Captain George W. Worley, an experienced but controversial officer, prepared for the next leg of the voyage toward Baltimore, Maryland. On March 4, the Cyclops departed Barbados. She was expected to arrive within approximately 1 week. She never did. At first, naval officials assumed delays were responsible. Ships occasionally encountered rough weather. Mechanical problems happened. Communication interruptions were not uncommon during wartime. But as the days passed, concern steadily increased. Repeated attempts to contact the vessel produced no response. No wireless messages arrived. No distress calls were intercepted. No nearby ships reported seeing her. The Cyclops had vanished somewhere in the western Atlantic. The U.S. Navy launched an extensive search. Ships scanned likely routes. Ports checked incoming traffic. Intelligence officers considered every possibility. Nothing. No wreckage. No floating cargo. No lifeboats. No oil slick. Not even a confirmed fragment of the enormous ship. It was as though the Cyclops had simply disappeared from the face of the earth. For a vessel of her size, that seemed almost impossible. Yet the evidence, or rather, the lack of evidence, left investigators with little to examine. One of the first theories involved enemy action. After all, World War I was still underway. German submarines operated in the Atlantic, sinking Allied merchant ships whenever opportunities arose. Could a U-boat have torpedoed the Cyclops? Initially, the idea appeared reasonable. However, after the war ended, German naval records were carefully examined. No surviving submarine commander claimed responsibility. No operational records placed German submarines in a position consistent with the disappearance. Historians generally agree there is no convincing evidence that enemy forces destroyed the Cyclops. Weather became another focus. The Atlantic can produce violent storms capable of sinking even large ships. Investigators reviewed meteorological records from March 1918. Some rough conditions existed along portions of the route. But researchers found no single storm severe enough to fully explain the complete disappearance of such a massive vessel. That doesn't mean weather played no role. It simply means available evidence doesn't support an unusually catastrophic storm as the sole explanation. Attention soon shifted toward the cargo. Manganese ore is extraordinarily dense. Improper loading can create dangerous stability problems. If cargo shifts during heavy seas, the ship's center of gravity changes dramatically. A vessel that appears stable one moment can suddenly develop a dangerous list the next. Marine engineers later examined whether unevenly distributed ore may have placed enormous structural stress on the Cyclops. Imagine thousands of tons of cargo shifting inside a rolling ship. Steel beams bend. Bulkhead strain. The hull twists with every wave. Eventually, something gives way. The ship floods rapidly. There is little time to transmit a distress call. This remains one of the more widely discussed engineering explanations. But once again, without the wreck, certainty remains impossible. Captain George Worley himself became another subject of investigation. Historical accounts describe him as experienced but difficult. Some crew members reportedly disliked his leadership style. A few later testimonies suggested strained relationships aboard the vessel before departure. Over the years, writers speculated about everything from poor decision-making to deliberate misconduct. However, historians urge caution. Most of these claims emerged after the disappearance and are difficult to verify independently. There is no reliable evidence proving that leadership issues alone caused the loss. Mechanical failure also received careful attention. Some reports suggested one engine had experienced problems before the final voyage. If true, reduced propulsion could have limited the ship's ability to maneuver through heavy weather. Combined with the immense weight of the manganese cargo, the situation might have become increasingly dangerous. Again, however, documentation remains incomplete. The available records simply do not allow investigators to reconstruct the ship's final hours with confidence. As the decades passed, another explanation captured public imagination. Because the Cyclops disappeared somewhere within the broad region later associated with the Bermuda Triangle, numerous books included the vessel among the triangle's most famous mysteries. Claims ranged from magnetic anomalies to unexplained forces beyond scientific understanding. The story became enormously popular. But popularity should never be confused with evidence. Professional investigators emphasize that the Atlantic Ocean contains some of the busiest shipping lanes in the world. Given the tremendous volume of maritime traffic, accidents inevitably occur. The Cyclops is mysterious because physical evidence is scarce, not because investigators discovered proof of supernatural causes. Perhaps the most remarkable fact about the case is this. The USS Cyclops remains the largest non-combat loss of life in U.S. naval history involving a single ship that disappeared without a confirmed explanation. That distinction alone illustrates the scale of the tragedy. 309 people gone. No confirmed final message. No known final position. No survivors to tell the story. For decades, the mystery seemed destined to remain unsolved forever. Then, advances in deep ocean exploration changed what researchers believed was possible. Powerful sonar systems. Autonomous underwater vehicles. High-resolution seabed mapping. These technologies have located numerous long-lost shipwrecks once thought impossible to find. From time to time, reports have surfaced claiming the Cyclops may finally have been discovered. So far, none have been conclusively verified by the U.S. Navy. Until a positively identified wreck is located and thoroughly examined, the ship's fate remains officially unresolved. Somewhere beneath thousands of feet of Atlantic water. Or perhaps somewhere investigators have yet to search. The answer may still exist. Waiting. The disappearance of the USS Cyclops reminds us that history isn't always missing because people fail to ask questions. Sometimes, history is missing because the evidence itself vanished. No eyewitness survived. No radio operator completed one last transmission. No investigator stood on the bridge during those final moments. The ocean simply closed above one of America's largest naval ships. And kept its silence. More than a century later, families, historians, and naval researchers continue hoping that one future expedition may finally locate the wreck and answer questions that have endured through generations. Until then, the Cyclops remains exactly what she became in March of 1918. A voyage without an ending. A disappearance without a witness. And one of the greatest unsolved mysteries ever to sail the Atlantic. Our next story takes us to Southeast Asia, where a weathered cargo ship appeared without warning, drifting through international waters with no identifying owner, no visible crew, and almost no records explaining where it had come from. Investigators searched for answers. Instead, they found another ghost ship. Its name was the MV Gienseng. In most maritime investigations, authorities begin with a simple question. Who owns the ship? From there, the answers usually come quickly. Registration records identify the vessel. Insurance documents reveal its operator. Port authorities provide arrival histories. Cargo manifests explain its purpose. Crew lists identify everyone on board. Even when accidents occur far from shore, investigators almost always have somewhere to start. But every so often, a ship appears that seems to belong to no one. No owner comes forward. No government claims responsibility. No shipping company reports it missing. No captain files a voyage plan. It is simply there. Drifting alone. Waiting. One of the most remarkable examples of this phenomenon is the story of the MV Gienseng, a cargo vessel whose mysterious appearance left maritime authorities searching for answers that, even today, remain incomplete. On March 22, 2006, the Royal Australian Navy was conducting routine maritime surveillance in the waters west of Cape York Peninsula, near the northern tip of Australia. These patrols were nothing unusual. The region is one of the busiest maritime crossroads in the southern hemisphere, connecting shipping routes across the Coral Sea, the Arafura Sea, and the broader Pacific and Indian Ocean networks. Commercial freighters, fishing boats, research vessels, and cargo ships pass through these waters every day. Most follow predictable routes. Most appear in official records. One ship did not. During the patrol, Australian personnel spotted an aging cargo vessel drifting without obvious purpose. At first glance, nothing suggested an emergency. There was no visible smoke. No distress signals. No signs of collision. But one detail immediately caught the crew's attention. The ship appeared completely abandoned. When authorities boarded the vessel, they discovered an unsettling scene. There was no captain. No officers. No engineers. No sailors. Every living space stood empty. The bridge contained navigational equipment. The engine room showed signs of previous operation. The galley still held supplies. Yet not a single person remained aboard. The vessel drifted silently under the tropical sun. Unlike some ghost ships found after storms, the Gienseng showed no obvious evidence of catastrophic damage. The hull remained intact. The ship floated normally. Nothing suggested it had narrowly escaped sinking. If the crew had abandoned ship, why? And where had they gone? Investigators immediately began searching for identifying information. The vessel carried the name Gienseng painted across the hull. Ordinarily, that would be enough to trace ownership through international maritime databases. Except it wasn't. Authorities searched shipping registries, classification records, ownership documents, insurance files. Nothing matched conclusively. The name appeared to lead nowhere. It was as though the ship's identity had been deliberately erased. One clue did emerge. Investigators discovered that much of the vessel's equipment appeared worn and poorly maintained. This wasn't a modern commercial freighter operating on major international routes. Instead, it looked like a ship that had spent years working in less regulated waters. The engine showed signs of extensive use. Repairs appeared improvised in several areas. The vessel's condition suggested a long operational history. Yet official documentation remained strangely absent. Another mystery involved the cargo. Or rather, the lack of it. Large cargo holds stood virtually empty. There was no substantial commercial shipment aboard. No containers. No vehicles. No bulk cargo. No obvious explanation for why the vessel had been sailing at all. Ships of this size rarely travel without economic purpose. Fuel costs alone make empty voyages expensive. So why was the Gienseng at sea? Australian investigators explored numerous possibilities. One theory suggested the vessel had been involved in illegal fishing operations. Throughout parts of the Pacific and Indian Oceans, unauthorized fishing fleets occasionally operate beyond regulatory oversight. Larger support ships sometimes supply smaller fishing vessels with fuel, food, equipment, and storage. Such mother ships may spend extended periods offshore without entering major ports. Could the Gienseng have served that role? Some evidence supported the possibility. Large quantities of fuel remained aboard. The vessel possessed ample storage space. Its worn appearance matched ships known to support distant fishing fleets. But proving the theory proved difficult. No associated fishing vessels were located nearby. No crew remained for questioning. The evidence remained circumstantial. Another possibility involved smuggling. International shipping routes have occasionally been exploited by criminal organizations transporting contraband across remote waters. Could the Gienseng have participated in illegal trade? Again, investigators found no definitive evidence. No significant quantities of prohibited cargo. No hidden compartments clearly designed for smuggling. No documentation linking the vessel to organized criminal activity. Without stronger evidence, the theory remained speculative. Perhaps mechanical failure explained everything. Suppose the engine broke down far from shore. The crew attempted repairs. Unable to restore propulsion, they transferred to another vessel. The abandoned ship simply continued drifting. Maritime transfers between vessels occasionally occur in remote areas, particularly among fishing fleets. This scenario would explain the empty ship without requiring extraordinary events. But even here, important questions remained. If another vessel rescued the crew, why did no one report the incident? Why did no owner attempt to recover such a valuable asset? Why did the ship's registration remain so difficult to verify? The investigation soon encountered another obstacle. The ship's paperwork. Or more accurately, the absence of meaningful paperwork. Investigators found little reliable documentation identifying ownership or operational history. Without those records, tracing the vessel became dramatically more difficult. Modern shipping depends upon extensive documentation. Cargo manifests. Crew lists. Maintenance logs. Port clearances. Insurance certificates. The Jianseng seemed strangely disconnected from that administrative world. As the months passed, maritime researchers considered another possibility. Perhaps, Jianseng wasn't the vessel's original name at all. Throughout history, ships have occasionally changed names after being sold to new owners. In less regulated sectors, identifying markings have sometimes been altered without proper documentation. If the vessel had previously operated under another identity, tracing its history would become far more challenging. Unfortunately, without additional evidence, investigators could not confirm whether that had occurred. Eventually, Australian authorities reached a practical decision. The abandoned ship represented a navigational hazard. If left drifting indefinitely, it could threaten commercial traffic or eventually run aground on environmentally sensitive coastlines. Rather than allowing that risk to continue, the Royal Australian Navy deliberately scuttled the vessel. Explosive charges were placed. The aging cargo ship slipped beneath the sea. With that decision, one of the investigation's greatest sources of physical evidence disappeared forever. Some critics later questioned whether more extensive forensic examination should have occurred before the sinking. Others argued authorities had little realistic alternative given the vessel's condition and the dangers posed by leaving it adrift. Reasonable people continue to disagree. Even today, maritime historians revisit the Jianseng case as an example of how globalization can sometimes complicate rather than simplify investigations. Ships change ownership. Companies dissolve. Registrations move between jurisdictions. Documentation disappears. The ocean connects every continent. It also creates opportunities for anonymity. Not every mystery requires dramatic storms or supernatural legends. Sometimes, the mystery lies in paperwork that no longer exists. Perhaps the Jianseng truly was an abandoned support vessel whose owners quietly moved on. Perhaps she belonged to an illegal fishing network that never wanted attention. Perhaps mechanical failure forced a routine evacuation that simply went unreported. Each explanation remains possible. None has been conclusively proven. That uncertainty is precisely what keeps the case alive among maritime researchers. Because every investigation begins by asking who, what, when, where, and why. In the case of the Jianseng, investigators struggle to answer even the very first question. Who did the ship belong to? No one has ever provided a definitive answer. The oceans are filled with anonymous stories. Ships launched under one flag. Sold under another. Renamed. Modified. Forgotten. Most eventually disappear from memory. The Jianseng did not. She left behind no dramatic final distress call. No famous captain. No spectacular disaster. Only an empty vessel. And an identity that seemed to vanish long before the ship itself reached the end of its voyage. Our next mystery carries us back to the skies over the Atlantic during World War II, where one of the most celebrated bombers of its era departed on a mission and was never seen again. Despite decades of searches, historians continue debating what happened to the aircraft and everyone aboard. Its name was the Blenheim. War has always produced mysteries. Battles are fought across vast landscapes. Records are lost. Witnesses disappear. Entire units can vanish in the confusion of combat, leaving historians to reconstruct events from scattered fragments of evidence. But some disappearances remain so complete that even decades of research fail to answer the simplest question. Where did they go? One such mystery involves an aircraft rather than a ship. At first glance, it may seem unusual to include an airplane in a documentary about maritime mysteries. Yet the ocean has a way of claiming more than vessels alone. Throughout history, countless aircraft have disappeared over open water, leaving investigators facing the same challenge as maritime disasters. No survivors. No confirmed wreckage. No final explanation. Among those unsolved wartime disappearances is the story of the Bristol Blenheim, an aircraft whose final mission carried it over the sea, and into history. When the Bristol Blenheim first entered service with the Royal Air Force in the late 1930s, it represented cutting-edge aviation technology. Originally designed as a fast civilian transport aircraft, it was quickly adapted into a light bomber as Europe moved toward war. At the time, the Blenheim was considered remarkably advanced. It was all-metal. Twin-engined. Fast for its era. Capable of carrying bombs deep into enemy territory. As the Second World War expanded across Europe, North Africa, and the Mediterranean, Blenheims flew thousands of dangerous missions. Some attacked airfields. Others targeted shipping. Many performed reconnaissance flights over enormous stretches of open water. Every mission carried risk. Mechanical failure. Enemy fighters. Anti-aircraft fire. Poor weather. Navigation errors. Any one of them could prove fatal. The particular mystery that continues to interest aviation historians centers on one of these wartime patrols over the sea. Like many wartime operations, surviving documentation is incomplete. What is clear is that the aircraft departed on what should have been another operational mission. The crew completed pre-flight inspections. Fuel calculations were checked. Navigation charts were prepared. Radio equipment functioned normally. Nothing suggested that history was about to record another disappearance. The Blenheim lifted into the sky and disappeared toward the horizon. For those watching from the airfield, it gradually became a small silhouette against the clouds. No one knew they were witnessing the last confirmed sighting. During World War II, communication technology was improving rapidly, but it remained far less capable than today's systems. Aircraft crossing large areas of ocean often experienced long periods without radio contact. Pilots relied heavily on maps, compasses, celestial navigation, dead reckoning, and visual landmarks whenever weather allowed. Cloud cover complicated everything. Strong winds could slowly push an aircraft off course without the crew realizing it. A navigation error of only a few degrees might place a plane dozens of miles from its intended route after several hours. Over land, such mistakes were often survivable. Over open water, they could become deadly. As the scheduled return time approached, personnel at the airfield prepared for landing. Other aircraft arrived. Crews reported their observations. Maintenance teams stood ready. The Blenheim never appeared. Initially, there was little panic. Operational delays happened frequently during wartime. Aircraft sometimes diverted to alternate airfields. Unexpected weather could slow progress. Radio silence was not uncommon. Hours passed. Then the concern became impossible to ignore. Repeated attempts to establish radio contact produced nothing. No emergency transmission. No distress call. No confirmed sighting. The aircraft had vanished somewhere above the sea. Search operations began as quickly as conditions allowed. Nearby units scanned likely routes. Ships already operating in the region were alerted. Observers searched coastlines for signs of wreckage. Aircraft flew expanding search patterns across the water. Every passing hour reduced hope. If the crew had survived a ditching, they faced enormous challenges. Life rafts of the era offered only limited protection. Exposure quickly became life-threatening. Ocean currents scattered floating debris over vast distances. Even locating a brightly colored raft in rough seas proved extraordinarily difficult. Despite determined efforts, nothing conclusive was found. The absence of evidence created a familiar pattern. Historians were left with possibilities rather than conclusions. One theory involved enemy interception. The skies during World War II were among the most dangerous environments imaginable. German fighters patrolled strategic areas. Anti-aircraft batteries defended coastlines. If the Blenheim encountered hostile aircraft, a brief engagement might have ended the mission within minutes. Yet surviving enemy records reveal no confirmed claim matching the aircraft's disappearance. As with many wartime losses, documentation remains incomplete. The possibility cannot be dismissed. Neither can it be confirmed. Mechanical failure presents another explanation. Twin-engine aircraft offered greater reliability than single-engine designs. If one engine failed, pilots could often continue flying. But losing both engines over open water created a far more serious emergency. Fuel contamination. Engine fires. Propeller failures. Electrical malfunctions. Any combination of these problems might force an emergency ditching. Landing on water, however, is never routine. Even calm seas can produce violent impacts. Aircraft frequently break apart upon contact with the surface. Crew members have only moments to escape before the aircraft begins sinking. Cold water. Heavy equipment. Disorientation. Every second matters. Weather may also have played a crucial role. Meteorological forecasting during World War II lacked modern satellite observations. Pilots relied on reports gathered from ships, weather stations, and earlier flights. Storm systems sometimes developed more rapidly than expected. Dense cloud could eliminate all visual references. Heavy rain reduced visibility. Strong crosswinds complicated navigation. An aircraft already dealing with mechanical problems might quickly become overwhelmed. Researchers continue examining archived weather records to better understand conditions during the missing flight. Unfortunately, the available data cannot fully reconstruct the atmosphere encountered by the crew. Fuel exhaustion has occasionally been proposed. Aircraft operating at long range carefully balanced fuel consumption against distance. Unexpected headwinds increase fuel use dramatically. If navigation errors lengthened the route, fuel reserves could disappear faster than anticipated. Several historical aviation accidents resulted from crews unknowingly flying beyond their intended destination before realizing they no longer possessed enough fuel to return. Again, without the wreck, certainty remains impossible. Over the decades, numerous underwater search projects have located aircraft once believed permanently lost. Advances in sonar technology have transformed underwater archaeology. Remotely operated vehicles now explore depths that earlier generations considered unreachable. Every few years, another wartime aircraft is discovered resting silently beneath the sea. Pilots missing for generations are finally identified. Families receive long-awaited answers. These discoveries continue encouraging researchers studying unsolved cases like the Blenheim. Perhaps one future expedition will locate the aircraft. Perhaps it already rests beneath layers of sediment, waiting for modern technology to reveal its position. One of the most sobering aspects of wartime disappearances is how quickly history moved forward. New missions launched. New battles began. The conflict continued. For the families waiting at home, however, time seemed to stop. Letters already written were never delivered. Promised reunions never happened. Questions remained unanswered. In countless homes across Britain and the Commonwealth, empty chairs became lasting reminders of lives interrupted by war. The Blenheim became one of thousands of wartime losses. Yet every missing aircraft represented individual people with hopes, fears, families, and futures. That human story should never be forgotten. Unlike fictional mysteries, real investigations rarely conclude with dramatic revelations. Sometimes, the evidence simply disappears. Saltwater corrodes aluminum. Currents bury wreckage beneath sand. Marine life gradually transforms machines into artificial reefs. The ocean patiently erases nearly everything humanity leaves behind. And yet, occasionally, it gives something back. A recovered engine. A fragment of fuselage. A pilot's watch. A serial number preserved beneath decades of corrosion. Each discovery reminds us that history is never entirely finished. Some mysteries wait generations before offering even a single new clue. Whether the missing Blenheim fell victim to enemy action, mechanical failure, weather, navigation error, or a combination of factors may never be known with certainty. Its final moments remain hidden beneath the same waters that have concealed so many other wartime stories. Perhaps somewhere on the seabed. Its engines still rest exactly where they struck the ocean. Its instruments remain frozen at the last readings recorded by the crew. And its unanswered questions continue waiting beneath layers of silence. Our next mystery returns us to the world of merchant shipping and follows an American cargo vessel that departed carrying thousands of tons of cargo before disappearing without a trace during one of the most difficult periods in modern maritime commerce. The ship was called the SS Poet. Every ship leaves behind a trail. Departure records. Cargo manifests. Weather reports. Radio transmissions. Port schedules. Insurance documents. When a vessel disappears, investigators follow that trail backward, searching for the moment where ordinary routine became extraordinary mystery. Most of the time, that trail eventually leads somewhere. But in the case of the SS Poet, it simply ends. No confirmed distress call. No verified wreckage. No survivors. Only an empty stretch of the North Atlantic where one of America's largest merchant ships vanished without explanation. More than 4 decades later, the fate of the SS Poet remains one of the most enduring unsolved disappearances in modern commercial shipping. The SS Poet was built in 1954 during an era when cargo ships formed the backbone of international trade. She measured approximately 523 feet, 159 meters, in length and was designed to transport bulk cargo across long ocean routes. Like many American merchant vessels of her generation, the Poet spent decades carrying essential commodities between ports around the world. By the late 1970s, she was no longer considered new, but she remained an active and capable cargo ship. Her crew understood the rhythms of ocean commerce. Loading cargo. Crossing the Atlantic. Unloading. Then beginning the journey all over again. For them, the sea wasn't an adventure. It was a profession. On October 24, 1980, the SS Poet departed Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, carrying more than 13,000 tons of corn bound for Port Said, Egypt. The shipment formed part of an international food assistance program, making the cargo especially important. 43 crew members were aboard. The voyage was expected to take several weeks. Before departure, weather forecasts indicated that a developing storm system existed over the North Atlantic. Nothing suggested an unprecedented disaster. Experienced merchant captains routinely adjusted their routes to avoid severe weather whenever possible. The Atlantic in autumn could be unforgiving. But it was also familiar. As the poet steamed eastward, meteorologists continued monitoring a powerful low-pressure system. The storm intensified rapidly. Wind strengthened. Wave heights increased. The North Atlantic transformed into one of the most hostile marine environments on Earth. Ships operating nearby reported extremely rough seas. Towering swells crashed across their decks. Heavy spray reduced visibility. Even large cargo vessels struggled against the conditions. Some altered course. Others reduced speed to minimize structural stress. The poet was somewhere within that vast ocean. Then, communication stopped. The ship failed to make scheduled radio contact. Initially, no one assumed the worst. Merchant vessels occasionally experienced communication delays. Radio equipment malfunctioned. Weather interfered with transmissions. Time zone differences complicated schedules. But as hours turned into days, concern grew. Repeated attempts to contact the poet received no reply. The ship never arrived in Egypt. She never entered another port. She simply disappeared. The United States Coast Guard, together with international maritime authorities, launched an extensive search. Aircraft surveyed thousands of square miles. Merchant vessels crossing the Atlantic were asked to remain alert for debris, lifeboats, or emergency signals. Ocean currents were analyzed. Possible drift patterns were calculated. Despite these efforts, nothing conclusive was found. No confirmed wreckage. No life rafts. No floating cargo. No oil slick. Not even a verified distress beacon. For investigators, the complete absence of physical evidence created an enormous challenge. Without knowing where the ship was lost, finding answers became almost impossible. One of the earliest explanations centered on the weather. The North Atlantic has earned its reputation through centuries of powerful storms. Even modern ships can face extraordinary conditions during late autumn. Investigators carefully reviewed meteorological records from late October 1980. The storm system affecting the region was unquestionably severe. Wave heights likely exceeded 40 feet, with some estimates suggesting even larger seas in localized areas. Powerful winds generated relentless stress on ships attempting to maintain course. Could those conditions alone have overwhelmed the poet? It remains one of the leading theories. Yet questions persist. The SS Poet was a substantial cargo vessel. Ships of comparable size successfully survived similar storms before and since. Why did this one disappear so completely? Attention soon turned toward the cargo. Corn may appear harmless compared with steel or heavy machinery. But bulk grain presents unique challenges at sea. If improperly loaded or exposed to water, grain can shift dramatically inside cargo holds. Unlike solid cargo, grain behaves almost like a liquid under certain conditions. As a ship rolls, thousands of tons of cargo can move unexpectedly. That movement changes the vessel's center of gravity. A dangerous list can develop rapidly. If corrective action fails, capsizing becomes a real possibility. Marine investigators have documented numerous historical accidents involving shifting grain cargo. Whether that occurred aboard the Poet remains unknown. But the possibility cannot be dismissed. Structural failure represents another plausible explanation. By 1980, the Poet had spent more than 25 years operating in demanding marine environments. Every Atlantic crossing placed stress on the hull. Steel expands and contracts with changing temperatures. Waves bend massive ships slightly as they pass over swells. These forces accumulate over decades. Marine engineers refer to this process as metal fatigue. Most vessels undergo inspections designed to identify structural weaknesses before they become dangerous. But fatigue can sometimes remain hidden until extreme conditions expose it. If the poet encountered enormous waves while already carrying a full cargo, the structural loads may have exceeded what the aging hull could withstand. Again, without locating the wreck, investigators cannot verify the theory. Mechanical failure has also been considered. A cargo ship caught in a major storm depends heavily upon propulsion. Engines allow captains to maintain safe headings into approaching seas. Without propulsion, waves strike the vessel from less favorable angles. Rolling increases. Cargo movement becomes more likely. Flooding risks grow. A combination of engine problems and severe weather could prove catastrophic. Unfortunately, no final radio transmission described mechanical difficulties. No engineer survived to explain what happened below deck. The sea kept that information. Insurance investigators later spent years reviewing every available document connected with the voyage. Loading procedures. Maintenance histories. Crew qualifications. Weather reports. Navigation records. Nothing produced a definitive answer. Eventually, the SS Poet was declared a total loss. Compensation claims were settled. Official paperwork closed. The mystery did not. Unlike some famous ghost ships, the disappearance of the poet rarely receives widespread public attention. There were no sensational radio messages. No dramatic sightings. No abandoned vessel drifting back to shore. Only silence. Yet that silence makes the case uniquely haunting. 43 people departed on what should have been another routine commercial voyage. No one ever learned exactly where their journey ended. Modern technology offers new hope. Ocean floor mapping has advanced dramatically since 1980. High-resolution sonar. Autonomous underwater vehicles. Deep-sea remotely operated systems. These tools have located countless shipwrecks once thought permanently lost. Researchers continue mapping portions of the Atlantic previously unexplored in detail. Every new survey raises the possibility that the poet may someday be found. If the wreck is located, investigators could finally examine hull damage, cargo distribution, and structural condition. Those answers may still exist. Preserved beneath thousands of feet of cold Atlantic water. Waiting. The disappearance of the SS Poet reminds us that maritime commerce depends upon countless people whose names rarely appear in history books. Merchant mariners deliver food, fuel, medicine, raw materials. They cross oceans in every season, often far from public attention. Most voyages end safely. Some do not. When disasters occur beyond the horizon, they can unfold with astonishing speed. Sometimes there is no opportunity for one final message. No chance to explain what went wrong. Only families left waiting beside silent telephones. Today, the Atlantic continues swallowing storms exactly as it did centuries ago. Satellites observe from space. Ships navigate with GPS. Weather forecasts improve every year. Yet one reality remains unchanged. The ocean is larger than our certainty. It still possesses the power to transform routine voyages into enduring mysteries. Somewhere beneath those restless waves, the SS Poet almost certainly rests. Her cargo long scattered. Her engines silent. Her final story still unfinished. Our next mystery is perhaps the most famous ghost ship ever discovered. A vessel found sailing across the Atlantic with no crew, no passengers, and no clear explanation for why everyone aboard had vanished. More than 150 years later, historians continue debating what truly happened. The ship was called the Mary Celeste. Some maritime mysteries begin with a storm. Others begin with a distress call. The story of the Mary Celeste begins with something far more unsettling. A perfectly seaworthy ship, sailing alone across the Atlantic Ocean. Its sails still catching the wind. Its cargo untouched. Its food still stored below deck. And not a single person on board. No captain. No crew. Not even the captain's 2-year-old daughter. It looked less like the aftermath of a disaster. And more like the crew had simply stepped off the ship and vanished into thin air. More than 150 years later, the Mary Celeste remains the world's most famous ghost ship, not because investigators found extraordinary evidence, but because they found almost none at all. The story begins long before the ship became legendary. Originally launched in 1861 from Spencer's Island, Nova Scotia, the vessel was first named Amazon. During her early years, she experienced a string of misfortunes that later fueled superstitious rumors. Her first captain died unexpectedly after becoming ill. She survived several accidents. She changed owners multiple times. Eventually, after undergoing repairs and modifications, the ship received a new name. Mary Celeste. Despite later myths claiming she was cursed, historians point out that ownership changes and maritime accidents were relatively common during the 19th century. Nothing about her history suggested she would become one of the greatest mysteries ever recorded at sea. In November 1872, the Mary Celeste departed New York Harbor bound for Genoa, Italy. Her cargo consisted of approximately 1,701 barrels of industrial alcohol, intended for commercial use. The ship was commanded by Captain Benjamin Spooner Briggs, one of the most respected merchant captains of his generation. Briggs had spent decades at sea. Friends described him as deeply religious, disciplined, and cautious. He was not known for reckless decisions. This voyage was unusual for another reason. Captain Briggs brought his wife, Sarah Briggs, and their young daughter, Sophia, aboard. Their 7-year-old son remained at home to attend school. Alongside the Briggs family sailed a crew of 7 experienced sailors. In total, 10 people departed New York. None would ever be seen again. The voyage began under favorable conditions. Weather reports suggested no catastrophic storms during the early stages of the crossing. The Mary Celeste followed a familiar commercial route across the Atlantic. Then, the record falls silent. No confirmed distress signal. No reports from passing ships describing trouble. Nothing indicating panic or emergency. The vessel simply disappeared from communication. Nearly a month later, on December 4, 1872, another merchant ship named the Dei Grazia spotted a vessel behaving strangely in the eastern Atlantic, roughly 400 nautical miles east of the Azores. From a distance, something appeared wrong. The ship zigzagged unpredictably. Its sails hung awkwardly. No one responded to signals. Captain David Morehouse, who personally knew Benjamin Briggs, ordered a boarding party to investigate. What they discovered would become one of maritime history's greatest puzzles. The Mary Celeste was empty. Completely empty. There were no bodies aboard. No injured crew. No signs of recent violence. The ship floated upright. Her hull remained largely intact. She had taken on some water, but not nearly enough to threaten immediate sinking. Investigators estimated there was roughly 3 to 4 feet of water in the bilge, a concerning amount, but relatively common for wooden sailing vessels of the era. Most experienced captains would not abandon a ship solely because of that. Even stranger. Much of the cargo remained untouched. Food and fresh water sufficient for months still filled the stores. Crew members' personal belongings remained in many cabins. The captain's wife's sewing machine still held unfinished work. A child's toys lay where they had been left. It appeared as though ordinary life aboard the ship had stopped in an instant. Some things, however, were missing. The ship's lifeboat had disappeared. So had the sextant. The chronometer. Navigation papers. These were precisely the items a captain would take if intentionally abandoning ship. The last entry in the ship's log was dated November 25, placing the Mary Celeste near Santa Maria Island in the Azores several days before her discovery. What happened during that missing week remains unknown. As news spread, newspapers across Europe and America seized upon the mystery. Public fascination exploded. Theories appeared almost immediately. Some accused the crew of mutiny. Perhaps dissatisfied sailors had murdered Captain Briggs before escaping. Investigators carefully examined the ship. They found no convincing evidence. No significant bloodstains. No signs of prolonged struggle. No obvious damage from weapons. The mutiny theory gradually lost support. Piracy soon became another popular explanation. The Atlantic had witnessed piracy throughout earlier centuries. Could criminals have boarded the vessel? Again. The evidence failed to cooperate. Pirates generally steal valuables. The Mary Celeste still contained money. Jewelry. Cargo worth considerable value. Nothing suggested systematic looting. If pirates had attacked, why leave everything behind? Attention then shifted toward the cargo itself. Industrial alcohol is highly flammable. Several scientists proposed that fumes leaking from damaged barrels may have accumulated below deck. If those vapors ignited, even briefly, they could produce a powerful pressure wave without leaving lasting burn marks. Imagine a loud explosion echoing through a wooden ship. The crew, believing a much larger blast imminent, might quickly lower the lifeboat while waiting for the danger to pass. If the lifeboat remained attached by rope, a sudden gust of wind or rough seas could separate it from the ship. The Mary Celeste would continue sailing. The occupants of the lifeboat would drift helplessly away. It is one of the most widely discussed theories today. Interestingly, later scientific experiments demonstrated that alcohol vapor explosions can occur without necessarily producing extensive fire damage. Even so, no direct evidence proves this is what happened. Another explanation involves faulty navigation. Captain Briggs may have believed the ship was much closer to land than it actually was. If he feared grounding on hidden reefs near the Azores while also worrying about possible cargo problems, abandoning the vessel temporarily could have seemed reasonable. Small miscalculations in longitude during the 19th century occasionally produced significant navigational errors. Again, the theory fit some evidence. Not all of it. Weather has also been carefully examined. Although no major hurricane struck the Mary Celeste's route during the relevant period, localized storms, waterspouts, or unusually rough seas may have frightened the crew into taking emergency action. Modern meteorologists note that weather over the Atlantic can change rapidly, especially around island groups such as the Azores. Yet investigators found no clear storm damage consistent with catastrophic conditions. Then came one of the greatest twists in the entire story. Much of what people believe about the Mary Celeste never actually happened. Over the decades, novels, magazine articles, films, and television programs added fictional details. Some claimed meals still sat warm on the table. Others described half-finished cups of tea. One story suggested the crew vanished during dinner. Another invented bloody swords and mysterious footprints. None of these dramatic scenes appeared in the original investigation. Perhaps the most influential fictional version came in 1884, when a young writer named Arthur Conan Doyle published a short story inspired by the mystery. Although he later became famous as the creator of Sherlock Holmes, many readers mistakenly accepted elements of his fictional tale as historical fact. The legend grew larger than the evidence. Official investigations conducted in the 19th century reached no definitive conclusion. The ship was eventually salvaged and continued sailing under new ownership for several years. Ironically, After surviving the mystery that made her famous, the Mary Celeste met a far more ordinary end. In 1885, she was deliberately wrecked near Haiti during an attempted insurance fraud. The once mysterious ghost ship quietly became another shipwreck. Yet her greatest mystery had already secured her place in history. Today, historians generally agree on several important facts. The Mary Celeste was not found perfectly intact, but she was still seaworthy. There is no convincing evidence of piracy. No verified evidence of murder. No proof of supernatural events. Most modern researchers believe Captain Briggs likely made what he believed was a rational emergency decision based on circumstances we can no longer fully reconstruct. Tragically, that decision may have separated his family and crew from the safety of their ship forever. Perhaps that's why the Mary Celeste continues to captivate us. Not because we expect a supernatural answer, but because it reminds us how thin the line can be between survival and disaster. One decision. One unexpected wave. One broken rope. One mistaken calculation. Sometimes history changes forever. The Atlantic never revealed what became of Captain Briggs, his family, or the 7 sailors who trusted him. It simply carried their ship onward. Empty. Silent. And destined to become the world's most famous ghost ship. Our next mystery takes us to the waters off Bermuda, where a British Royal Navy training vessel disappeared with nearly 300 young cadets on board. The search uncovered only fragments of wreckage, and for generations, families were left wondering how such a large ship could vanish so completely. Her name was HMS Atlanta. The sea has always demanded respect. But for generations of young naval cadets, it also represented opportunity. Adventure. Honor. A chance to serve their country while mastering one of the world's oldest professions. Every voyage promised experience. Every storm taught valuable lessons. And every successful return strengthened the confidence of future officers. Yet in the spring of 1880, one Royal Navy training voyage ended in a mystery that would haunt Britain for decades. A ship carrying nearly 300 people disappeared without sending a single distress signal. No survivor ever came home. No captain returned to explain what had happened. Only questions remained. The vessel was called HMS Atlanta. And her disappearance became one of the greatest unsolved tragedies in British naval history. The story actually began several years earlier. The ship had not always been known as the Atlanta. She was originally launched in 1844 under the name HMS Juno, serving as a frigate in the Royal Navy. During the mid-19th century, Britain possessed the largest navy in the world, protecting trade routes that stretched across every ocean. Ships like Juno represented the backbone of that global presence. As naval technology evolved, however, many older sailing vessels became outdated for frontline military service. Rather than retiring them immediately, the Royal Navy often gave them new roles. In 1878, the Juno underwent extensive modifications and was converted into a training ship for naval cadets. She was renamed HMS Atlanta, after the swift huntress of Greek mythology. Her mission was no longer warfare. It was education. Young cadets would learn navigation, seamanship, discipline, and leadership aboard a real ocean-going vessel before beginning their naval careers. The Atlanta measured approximately 225 feet, 69 meters, in length and carried a full sailing rig supported by auxiliary steam power. Although no longer considered one of the Navy's newest ships, she remained capable of long-distance voyages. Her instructors were experienced naval officers. The cadets, many still teenagers, represented the next generation of Britain's naval leadership. Parents entrusted their sons to the Royal Navy believing they would return with valuable experience. Few imagined the voyage itself would become history. In January 1880, HMS Atlanta departed Portsmouth, England, on a training cruise that would carry her across the Atlantic. The itinerary included visits to the West Indies, allowing cadets to experience long ocean passages while practicing navigation under varying weather conditions. The early stages of the voyage progressed largely as expected. The ship visited several Caribbean ports. Cadets continued their instruction. Letters sent home described ordinary life aboard the vessel. Routine drills. Navigation lessons. Maintenance work. Nothing hinted at impending disaster. By late winter, preparations began for the return voyage to Britain. The Atlanta departed Bermuda in February 1880, beginning the long Atlantic crossing toward England. That departure marked the last confirmed sighting of the ship. Weeks passed. No arrival. No messages. Initially, delays caused little concern. Sailing ships depended heavily upon wind conditions. Atlantic crossings varied considerably in duration. Contrary winds could easily extend a voyage. Families waited patiently. The Admiralty monitored expected arrival dates. Still, the Atlanta failed to appear. As March turned into April, anxiety spread throughout Britain. Newspapers began publishing articles questioning the ship's whereabouts. Parents gathered outside Admiralty offices hoping for news. Rumors circulated across London. Some believed the vessel had encountered severe storms. Others suggested mechanical problems. No one possessed reliable information. The Atlantic offered only silence. Eventually, the Royal Navy launched a major search operation. Warships were dispatched along likely routes. Merchant vessels were instructed to watch for wreckage. Harbor authorities checked incoming reports from both sides of the Atlantic. Despite these efforts, nothing conclusive emerged. No lifeboats. No confirmed wreck. No survivors. Only scattered reports that proved impossible to verify. For a ship carrying nearly 300 souls, the absence of evidence was deeply unsettling. Investigators immediately examined weather conditions during the return voyage. Meteorological records indicate that powerful storms swept across portions of the North Atlantic during the weeks following the Atlanta's departure. These storms produced strong winds and heavy seas capable of challenging even experienced crews. The Atlanta, however, presented an additional concern. Following her conversion into a training ship, some naval officers had reportedly questioned her stability. Additional upper deck structures and modifications may have altered how she handled heavy weather. Marine architects later debated whether those changes made the vessel more vulnerable to capsizing. If caught broadside by enormous waves, recovery might have been impossible. This remains one of the leading explanations. Another factor involved the ship's cargo and ballast. Proper weight distribution is essential aboard sailing vessels. Ballast placed too high, or too little ballast carried overall, can reduce stability significantly. Historical researchers have examined surviving loading records to determine whether improper balance contributed to the disaster. Unfortunately, available documentation remains incomplete. No definitive conclusion has ever been reached. As weeks became months, strange rumors began appearing in newspapers. Some claimed another vessel had sighted the Atlanta drifting abandoned. Others insisted survivors had reached distant islands. One report even suggested the ship had been seen entering the Mediterranean Sea. Investigators pursued these leads. Every one of them collapsed under scrutiny. Mistaken identity was common during the 19th century. Ships often resembled one another at great distances. Hope sometimes encouraged people to believe they had seen what they desperately wanted to see. One particularly persistent rumor centered on a vessel named the Bay of Biscay, which reportedly observed a damaged ship resembling the Atlanta. For a brief period, optimism spread across Britain. Perhaps the training ship had survived after all. But the reported sighting could never be confirmed. No rescue followed. No verified identification was made. Once again, hope faded. Unlike many modern maritime disasters, the disappearance occurred decades before radio communication became standard aboard ships. That technological limitation profoundly shaped the investigation. If the Atlanta encountered sudden catastrophe, there was no wireless operator capable of requesting assistance. No emergency beacon. No satellite tracking. A ship could vanish beyond the horizon without anyone knowing where trouble began. By the time concern arose ashore, search areas covered millions of square miles. The Atlantic had an enormous head start. The emotional impact throughout Britain proved immense. Hundreds of families waited for sons who never returned. Many cadets aboard the Atlanta were still in their teenage years. Newspapers published portraits. Communities held memorial services. Questions reached Parliament. Public confidence in naval training practices came under intense scrutiny. Although no single discovery solved the mystery, the disaster encouraged renewed examination of ship stability, training procedures, and voyage planning. Even unanswered tragedies can produce lasting lessons. Over the following century, advances in underwater exploration transformed maritime archaeology. Lost warships. Merchant vessels. Submarines. Aircraft. Many long-forgotten wrecks have finally been located using sonar and remotely operated vehicles. Yet despite these technological breakthroughs, no wreck positively identified as HMS Atlanta has ever been confirmed. Some researchers believe she rests beneath deep Atlantic waters far from expected shipping routes. Others suggest currents may have carried debris away before search efforts began. Until physical evidence is found, the exact cause of her loss remains uncertain. Today, maritime historians generally agree that severe weather combined with stability issues offers the most likely explanation. Unlike sensational legends involving sea monsters or paranormal forces, this theory fits much of the available evidence. But, most likely, is not the same as proven. Without the wreck, important questions remain unanswered. How quickly did disaster strike? Did the crew have any warning? Could anyone have survived even briefly? The ocean has offered no replies. Perhaps the Atlanta's greatest legacy lies not in the mystery itself, but in the young lives it interrupted. Nearly 300 future sailors. Future officers. Future fathers. Future husbands. Their careers ended before they truly began. For their families, uncertainty often proved as painful as loss itself. Without answers, grief rarely feels complete. Even now, nearly a century and a half later, the Atlanta remains one of the Royal Navy's most haunting unanswered stories. A ship that sailed confidently toward home, and simply never arrived. Our next mystery follows another British merchant vessel that appeared to have been abandoned under mysterious circumstances near the coast of Canada. Her cargo remained aboard, her lifeboats were missing, and the fate of everyone who sailed her has never been fully explained. The ship was called the Resolven. There are shipwrecks. And then there are ghost ships. A shipwreck tells investigators where disaster happened. A ghost ship does something far more unsettling. It survives. It keeps floating. It reaches another vessel. Without a single person left alive, or sometimes, without a single person left at all. The mystery of the Resolven belongs to that second category. Unlike ships destroyed by storms or swallowed by deep water, the Resolven remained on the ocean's surface, silently carrying clues that refused to explain themselves. No signs of violence. No obvious disaster. Just an abandoned vessel drifting through the cold waters of the North Atlantic. To this day, no one knows exactly why every person aboard disappeared. The Resolven was a three-masted merchant brigantine, built in 1884 in Aberavon, Wales. She wasn't an enormous ocean liner or a famous naval vessel. She was the kind of hard-working merchant ship that quietly kept international trade moving during the 19th century. Carrying timber, coal, and other commercial cargo, ships like the Resolven connected ports across Europe and North America. Their voyages rarely made headlines. Most were completed without incident. The Resolven was expected to be no different. In August 1884, Captain John James and his crew departed from Cardiff, Wales, carrying a cargo of timber bound for Newfoundland, Canada. The voyage followed a well-established Atlantic trade route used by countless merchant ships. Captain James had years of maritime experience. His crew understood the demands of crossing the North Atlantic. Late summer generally offered more favorable conditions than winter. Nothing about the departure suggested danger. Family members expected the crew to return within a matter of weeks. Instead, they disappeared into one of maritime history's quieter mysteries. On August 29, 1884, the Canadian vessel HMS Mallard, a Royal Navy survey ship operating near the coast of Newfoundland, noticed something unusual. A merchant vessel drifted slowly across the water. Its sails remained partially set. Yet no one appeared on deck. Attempts to signal the ship received no response. Concerned that something might be wrong, officers ordered a boarding party. What they found was deeply puzzling. The Resolven was completely abandoned. Unlike many stories that later became exaggerated through rumor, contemporary reports described a remarkably orderly ship. The cargo remained aboard. The hull showed no significant structural damage. There were no obvious signs of collision. No evidence of fire. No widespread bloodstains. No indication of piracy. The crew's personal belongings were still present in several areas. Meals had not been left dramatically unfinished, as later ghost ship legends often claimed. Instead, the vessel simply appeared. Vacant. The ship had not been stripped of valuables. It had not obviously survived a violent battle. It simply floated without the people responsible for sailing her. Investigators quickly noticed something important. One of the ship's boats was missing. That suggested the crew may have abandoned the vessel voluntarily. But why? The Resolven remained seaworthy. If Captain James had ordered an evacuation, he almost certainly believed staying aboard posed a greater danger than leaving. Experienced captains do not abandon functioning ships without serious reason. What convinced him? That question has never been answered. The weather immediately became a focus. Historical records indicate that dense fog affected portions of the Newfoundland coast during the relevant period. Fog presents unique dangers at sea. Visibility can drop to only a few yards. Hidden rocks. Unexpected currents. Nearby ships. All become difficult to detect. Perhaps Captain James believed the vessel had suffered unseen damage or feared grounding near the rocky coastline. If the crew launched a boat intending only a temporary evacuation, a sudden current or worsening conditions might have separated them from the ship. The Resolven would continue drifting. The boat, and everyone aboard, could disappear. Many historians consider this one of the most plausible explanations. Another theory involves navigation. The waters surrounding Newfoundland have challenged mariners for centuries. Cold currents from the Arctic meet warmer Atlantic waters, producing persistent fog banks that can linger for days. Strong tides complicate maneuvering near shore. If the crew mistakenly believed the ship was about to strike rocks, abandoning her may have seemed like the safest option. Ironically, the vessel itself survived. The people did not. Naturally, more dramatic theories soon appeared. Piracy. Mutiny. Murder. Some newspaper reports speculated that criminals attacked the vessel before escaping. Yet investigators found little evidence supporting violence. The cargo remained untouched. Valuable equipment stayed aboard. No signs of prolonged struggle appeared. The pirate theory gradually lost credibility. One persistent local legend tells a far more personal story. According to folklore passed down in parts of Newfoundland, Captain John James may have encountered another vessel in distress. Some versions claim he attempted a rescue. Others suggest he left the Resolven temporarily while helping survivors aboard a small boat. If severe weather then carried both boats away from the drifting brigantine, the abandoned ship would remain behind exactly as investigators found it. It's a compassionate explanation, and one that fits Captain James' reputation as an experienced and responsible mariner. But historians must separate tradition from evidence. Unfortunately, no surviving documentation confirms the story. Like many maritime legends, it survives because it is possible, not because it has been proven. As years passed, the mystery slowly faded from international headlines. Unlike the Mary Celeste, the Resolven never inspired best-selling novels or worldwide newspaper campaigns. Yet among maritime historians, it remained quietly fascinating. Here was another ghost ship. Another experienced captain. Another crew that vanished without leaving behind a clear explanation. The similarities invited comparison. The differences made the case unique. Modern researchers have revisited original newspaper reports, shipping records, and naval documents in hopes of uncovering overlooked details. Most now agree that sensational explanations probably distract from the real mystery. There is no convincing evidence of supernatural forces. No verified proof of piracy. No indication that extraordinary events occurred aboard the vessel. Instead, the available evidence points toward a tragic emergency whose crucial moments simply went unwitnessed. Perhaps a navigational concern. Perhaps weather. Perhaps an unexpected mechanical problem. Whatever happened, Captain James evidently believed abandoning ship offered the best chance of survival. History suggests otherwise. One of the greatest challenges facing 19th-century maritime investigations was the lack of communication technology. There were no emergency radios. No GPS. No satellite tracking. Once a lifeboat disappeared into fog or rough seas, locating it became almost impossible. Searches relied entirely upon visual observation across enormous stretches of water. Even determined rescue efforts frequently failed. The Atlantic kept countless stories hidden simply because no one knew where to begin looking. Today, historians often describe the Resolven as one of the most realistic ghost ship mysteries ever documented. Not because it contains impossible events, but because every proposed explanation feels believable. And yet, none explains everything. Why abandon a ship still capable of floating? Why leave valuable supplies behind? Why did no member of the crew ever reach shore? Sometimes the simplest questions become the hardest to answer. Perhaps somewhere beneath the cold waters off Newfoundland, a small wooden lifeboat still rests unseen. Perhaps currents carried it far beyond every search area. Perhaps the final moments lasted only minutes. Or perhaps they unfolded over desperate hours beneath thick Atlantic fog. No surviving witness remained to tell the story. Only the empty ship survived. And sometimes, an empty ship asks louder questions than a sunken one ever could. The Resolven reminds us that the sea does not always destroy the evidence. Sometimes, it preserves just enough to deepen the mystery. Our next voyage takes us into the frozen waters of the Arctic, where one remarkable cargo vessel became trapped in sea ice, was abandoned by her crew, and then continued drifting around the Arctic Ocean for nearly 4 decades, earning a reputation as one of history's most extraordinary ghost ships. Her name was the SS Bachimo. Imagine abandoning your ship in the frozen Arctic. You watch it disappear into a blizzard. The sea ice closes around the hull. The wind howls across the snow. You accept the painful reality that your vessel is gone forever. Weeks later, someone reports seeing it hundreds of miles away. Months later, another crew encounters it again. Years pass. Then another sighting. And another. Eventually, decades go by. The same abandoned ship continues appearing across the Arctic like a wandering ghost, refusing to sink, refusing to disappear, and refusing to explain how it keeps surviving one of the harshest environments on Earth. Unlike many maritime legends, this story is almost entirely true. It is the remarkable history of the SS Bachimo, perhaps the longest-traveling ghost ship ever recorded. The Bachimo was built in 1914 in Sweden, originally named Angemanelfen. She measured approximately 230 feet, 70 meters, in length and was constructed as a steel-hulled steam cargo vessel. Following World War I, the ship became part of war reparations transferred to Britain, where she was purchased by the Hudson's Bay Company. The company relied heavily on vessels like the Bachimo to supply isolated trading posts scattered across the Canadian Arctic. Every summer, when sea ice retreated, ships transported food, equipment, fuel, mail, and commercial goods to communities that remained inaccessible for much of the year. Timing was everything. Once winter ice returned, escape became nearly impossible. For years, the Bachimo completed these demanding Arctic voyages successfully. Her captains understood the dangers. Even during summer, floating sea ice could shift without warning. Powerful winds compressed ice fields against coastlines. Temperatures dropped rapidly. Mechanical failures became life-threatening. Yet experienced crews learned to work alongside nature rather than against it. Every successful voyage required patience, skill, and a little luck. In October 1931, the Bachimo completed another season of trading along the northern coast of Canada. Captain John Cornwell began the return journey before winter completely sealed the Arctic. But nature had other plans. Near the coast of Alaska, worsening weather trapped the vessel within expanding sea ice. Initially, this wasn't considered unusual. Arctic ships occasionally became temporarily immobilized while waiting for changing conditions. The crew remained aboard. They expected eventual release. Instead, the ice tightened. Storms intensified. Escape became increasingly unlikely. After several days, company officials decided the safest course was evacuation. Most of the crew traveled over ice by dog sled and aircraft to nearby settlements. A small group remained aboard, hoping improving weather would free the vessel. For a short time, it appeared that hope might be justified. The Bachimo briefly broke loose from the surrounding ice. Then another blizzard arrived. Visibility disappeared. The ship vanished into the storm. When conditions improved, she was gone. Captain Cornwell believed the Bachimo had finally sunk beneath the crushing Arctic ice. The remaining crew departed. The ship was officially abandoned. Then came the first surprise. A local Inupiat hunter later reported seeing the Bachimo drifting several dozen miles away. She had not sunk. She floated calmly through the Arctic ice without anyone aboard. A salvage party quickly reached the vessel. To their astonishment, she remained largely undamaged. Some valuable cargo was removed. But worsening conditions once again forced everyone to leave. This time, there would be no further attempts to recover the ship. Nature reclaimed ownership. Or so everyone believed. Over the following years, reports continued arriving from across the Arctic. Whalers spotted her. Trappers encountered her frozen into drifting ice fields. Explorers photographed her from a distance. Each sighting seemed almost unbelievable. The Bachimo wandered wherever winds, currents, and shifting ice carried her. Sometimes she appeared trapped in massive ice sheets. Other times she floated freely across open water. She became something of an Arctic legend. People began referring to her simply as the ghost ship of the Arctic. One of the most remarkable sightings occurred in 1933, when a group of Inupiat travelers boarded the drifting vessel seeking shelter from bad weather. Imagine climbing aboard an abandoned cargo ship that had been wandering alone through Arctic waters for years. Cabins still contained furniture. Equipment remained scattered throughout the ship. The engine room stood silent. The vessel had become a frozen time capsule. The travelers spent the night aboard before continuing their journey the following morning. The Bachimo drifted away once again. Throughout the 1930s and 1940s, additional sightings accumulated. Pilots flying over remote Arctic coastlines occasionally spotted the familiar silhouette trapped within sea ice. Merchant ships crossing northern waters reported seeing her unexpectedly emerge from fog. Whaling crews described watching the abandoned vessel drift slowly past enormous icebergs. Each encounter reinforced her growing legend. Unlike fictional ghost ships, the Bachimo repeatedly proved she was very real. Marine scientists have long been fascinated by her survival. How could an abandoned cargo ship remain afloat for so many years? The answer lies partly in her construction. The Bachimo possessed a strong steel hull designed specifically for Arctic service. Although not technically an icebreaker, she was built to withstand seasonal ice pressures far better than ordinary merchant vessels. Arctic sea ice also behaves differently than many people imagine. Rather than constantly crushing ships, it often lifts and supports them. As ice expands and contracts, vessels may become trapped, released, and carried over astonishing distances by ocean currents. The Bachimo essentially became an unwilling passenger of the Arctic itself. Scientists studying Arctic circulation note that powerful currents, combined with seasonal wind patterns, can transport sea ice hundreds of miles each year. A vessel embedded within that ice moves with it. Some years, the Bachimo drifted only short distances. Other years, changing ice conditions carried her remarkably far across the Beaufort Sea. Without engines. Without crew. Without navigation. Nature alone determined her course. By the 1950s, the ship had become something of a maritime celebrity. Several expeditions even discussed recovering her. But each attempt faced enormous logistical challenges. The Arctic remained one of the least accessible regions on Earth. Locating a drifting ship required extraordinary luck. Even when found, rapidly changing ice conditions could trap rescue vessels themselves. The cost and danger usually outweighed any potential reward. The Bachimo continued wandering freely. The final widely accepted sighting occurred in 1969, when the vessel was observed frozen into pack ice north of Alaska. By then, she had spent nearly 38 years drifting without a crew. Very few abandoned ships in recorded history have survived anywhere near that long. After 1969, the confirmed sightings stopped. What happened next remains uncertain. Several possibilities exist. The most likely explanation is simple. Eventually, the Bachimo probably succumbed to years of relentless Arctic punishment. Steel corrodes. Ice grinds against hulls. Repeated freezing and thawing weakened structures. At some point, she may have filled with water and slipped quietly beneath the ice. If so, her wreck has never been conclusively located. Another possibility is that she drifted into increasingly remote Arctic waters before finally sinking far from established shipping routes. Given the immense size of the Arctic Ocean, locating such a wreck would be extraordinarily difficult. Even today, occasional expeditions continue scanning parts of the Arctic seabed using advanced sonar technology. Climate change has transformed portions of the Arctic, reducing seasonal sea ice in many regions and allowing researchers access to areas once impossible to reach. Some maritime archaeologists quietly hope the Bachimo may someday be discovered resting intact beneath the cold northern waters. Low temperatures often preserve shipwrecks remarkably well. If found, she could provide invaluable insight into decades of drifting through one of Earth's harshest marine environments. Unlike many mysteries in this documentary, the Bachimo does not owe her fame to disappearance alone. She became legendary because she refused to disappear. Year after year, Storm after storm. Winter after winter. She continued returning as though unwilling to let history forget her existence. Every new sighting reminded sailors that the Arctic follows rules very different from the rest of the world. In those frozen waters, even abandoned ships can seem strangely alive. Perhaps that's why the Bachimo remains one of the most beloved ghost ships in maritime history. She carried no terrifying distress calls. No mysterious deaths. No supernatural curse. Instead, she became a symbol of endurance. A vessel abandoned by humanity, yet preserved by nature. A silent traveler carried across the top of the world by ice, wind, and time itself. Our next mystery leads us even farther north into the unforgiving Arctic, where Sir John Franklin's famous expedition set sail with 2 Royal Navy ships in search of the legendary Northwest Passage. Both vessels vanished, triggering one of the largest search efforts of the 19th century and leaving behind a mystery that endured for more than 170 years. The ships were HMS Erebus and HMS Terror. Imagine abandoning your ship in the frozen Arctic. You watch it disappear into a blizzard. The sea ice closes around the hull. The wind howls across the snow. You accept the painful reality that your vessel is gone forever. Weeks later, someone reports seeing it hundreds of miles away. Months later, another crew encounters it again. Years pass. Then another sighting. And another. Eventually, decades go by. The same abandoned ship continues appearing across the Arctic like a wandering ghost, refusing to sink, refusing to disappear, and refusing to explain how it keeps surviving one of the harshest environments on Earth. Unlike many maritime legends, this story is almost entirely true. It is the remarkable history of the SS Bachimo, perhaps the longest-traveling ghost ship ever recorded. The Bachimo was built in 1914 in Sweden, originally named Angermanelfen. She measured approximately 230 feet, 70 meters, in length and was constructed as a steel-hulled steam cargo vessel. Following World War I, the ship became part of war reparations transferred to Britain, where she was purchased by the Hudson's Bay Company. The company relied heavily on vessels like the Bachimo to supply isolated trading posts scattered across the Canadian Arctic. Every summer, when sea ice retreated, ships transported food, equipment, fuel, mail, and commercial goods to communities that remained inaccessible for much of the year. Timing was everything. Once winter ice returned, escape became nearly impossible. For years, the Bachimo completed these demanding Arctic voyages successfully. Her captains understood the dangers. Even during summer, floating sea ice could shift without warning. Powerful winds compressed ice fields against coastlines. Temperatures dropped rapidly. Mechanical failures became life-threatening. Yet experienced crews learned to work alongside nature rather than against it. Every successful voyage required patience, skill, and a little luck. In October 1931, the Bachimo completed another season of trading along the northern coast of Canada. Captain John Cornwell began the return journey before winter completely sealed the Arctic. But nature had other plans. Near the coast of Alaska, worsening weather trapped the vessel within expanding sea ice. Initially, this wasn't considered unusual. Arctic ships occasionally became temporarily immobilized while waiting for changing conditions. The crew remained aboard. They expected eventual release. Instead, the ice tightened. Storms intensified. Escape became increasingly unlikely. After several days, company officials decided the safest course was evacuation. Most of the crew traveled over ice by dog sled and aircraft to nearby settlements. A small group remained aboard, hoping improving weather would free the vessel. For a short time, it appeared that hope might be justified. The Bachimo briefly broke loose from the surrounding ice. Then another blizzard arrived. Visibility disappeared. The ship vanished into the storm. When conditions improved, she was gone. Captain Cornwell believed the Bachamo had finally sunk beneath the crushing Arctic ice. The remaining crew departed. The ship was officially abandoned. Then came the first surprise. A local Inupiat hunter later reported seeing the Bachamo drifting several dozen miles away. She had not sunk. She floated calmly through the Arctic ice without anyone aboard. A salvage party quickly reached the vessel. To their astonishment, she remained largely undamaged. Some valuable cargo was removed. But worsening conditions once again forced everyone to leave. This time, there would be no further attempts to recover the ship. Nature reclaimed ownership. Or so everyone believed. Over the following years, reports continued arriving from across the Arctic. Whalers spotted her. Trappers encountered her frozen into drifting ice fields. Explorers photographed her from a distance. Each sighting seemed almost unbelievable. The Bachamo wandered wherever winds, currents, and shifting ice carried her. Sometimes she appeared trapped in massive ice sheets. Other times she floated freely across open water. She became something of an Arctic legend. People began referring to her simply as the ghost ship of the Arctic. One of the most remarkable sightings occurred in 1933, when a group of Inupiat travelers boarded the drifting vessel seeking shelter from bad weather. Imagine climbing aboard an abandoned cargo ship that had been wandering alone through Arctic waters for years. Cabins still contained furniture. Equipment remained scattered throughout the ship. The engine room stood silent. The vessel had become a frozen time capsule. The travelers spent the night aboard before continuing their journey the following morning. The Bachamo drifted away once again. Throughout the 1930s and 1940s, additional sightings accumulated. Pilots flying over remote Arctic coastlines occasionally spotted the familiar silhouette trapped within sea ice. Merchant ships crossing northern waters reported seeing her unexpectedly emerge from fog. Whaling crews described watching the abandoned vessel drift slowly past enormous icebergs. Each encounter reinforced her growing legend. Unlike fictional ghost ships, the Bachamo repeatedly proved she was very real. Marine scientists have long been fascinated by her survival. How could an abandoned cargo ship remain afloat for so many years? The answer lies partly in her construction. The Bachamo possessed a strong steel hull designed specifically for Arctic service. Although not technically an icebreaker, she was built to withstand seasonal ice pressures far better than ordinary merchant vessels. Arctic sea ice also behaves differently than many people imagine. Rather than constantly crushing ships, it often lifts and supports them. As ice expands and contracts, vessels may become trapped, released, and carried over astonishing distances by ocean currents. The Bachamo essentially became an unwilling passenger of the Arctic itself. Scientists studying Arctic circulation note that powerful currents, combined with seasonal wind patterns, can transport sea ice hundreds of miles each year. A vessel embedded within that ice moves with it. Some years, the Bachamo drifted only short distances. Other years, changing ice conditions carried her remarkably far across the Beaufort Sea. Without engines. Without crew. Without navigation. Nature alone determined her course. By the 1950s, the ship had become something of a maritime celebrity. Several expeditions even discussed recovering her. But each attempt faced enormous logistical challenges. The Arctic remained one of the least accessible regions on Earth. Locating a drifting ship required extraordinary luck. Even when found, rapidly changing ice conditions could trap rescue vessels themselves. The cost and danger usually outweighed any potential reward. The Bachamo continued wandering freely. The final widely accepted sighting occurred in 1969, when the vessel was observed frozen into pack ice north of Alaska. By then, she had spent nearly 38 years drifting without a crew. Very few abandoned ships in recorded history have survived anywhere near that long. After 1969, the confirmed sightings stopped. What happened next remains uncertain. Several possibilities exist. The most likely explanation is simple. Eventually, the Bachamo probably succumbed to years of relentless Arctic punishment. Steel corrodes. Ice grinds against hulls. Repeated freezing and thawing weakened structures. At some point, she may have filled with water and slipped quietly beneath the ice. If so, her wreck has never been conclusively located. Another possibility is that she drifted into increasingly remote Arctic waters before finally sinking far from established shipping routes. Given the immense size of the Arctic Ocean, locating such a wreck would be extraordinarily difficult. Even today, occasional expeditions continue scanning parts of the Arctic seabed using advanced sonar technology. Climate change has transformed portions of the Arctic, reducing seasonal sea ice in many regions and allowing researchers access to areas once impossible to reach. Some maritime archaeologists quietly hope the Bachamo may someday be discovered resting intact beneath the cold northern waters. Low temperatures often preserve shipwrecks remarkably well. If found, she could provide invaluable insight into decades of drifting through one of Earth's harshest marine environments. Unlike many mysteries in this documentary, the Bachamo does not owe her fame to disappearance alone. She became legendary because she refused to disappear. Year after year. Storm after storm. Winter after winter. She continued returning as though unwilling to let history forget her existence. Every new sighting reminded sailors that the Arctic follows rules very different from the rest of the world. In those frozen waters, even abandoned ships can seem strangely alive. Perhaps that's why the Bachamo remains one of the most beloved ghost ships in maritime history. She carried no terrifying distress calls. No mysterious deaths. No supernatural curse. Instead, she became a symbol of endurance. A vessel abandoned by humanity, yet preserved by nature. A silent traveler carried across the top of the world by ice, wind, and time itself. Our next mystery leads us even farther north into the unforgiving Arctic, where Sir John Franklin's famous expedition set sail with 2 Royal Navy ships in search of the legendary Northwest Passage. Both vessels vanished, triggering one of the largest search efforts of the 19th century and leaving behind a mystery that endured for more than 170 years. The ships were HMS Erebus and HMS Terror. Imagine abandoning your ship in the frozen Arctic. You watch it disappear into a blizzard. The sea ice closes around the hull. The wind howls across the snow. You accept the painful reality that your vessel is gone forever. Weeks later, someone reports seeing it hundreds of miles away. Months later, another crew encounters it again. Years pass. Then another sighting. And another. Eventually, decades go by. The same abandoned ship continues appearing across the Arctic like a wandering ghost, refusing to sink, refusing to disappear, and refusing to explain how it keeps surviving one of the harshest environments on Earth. Unlike many maritime legends, this story is almost entirely true. It is the remarkable history of the SS Bachamo, perhaps the longest-traveling ghost ship ever recorded. The Bachamo was built in 1914 in Sweden, originally named Angemanelfen. She measured approximately 230 feet, 70 meters, in length and was constructed as a steel-hulled steam cargo vessel. Following World War I, the ship became part of war reparations transferred to Britain, where she was purchased by the Hudson's Bay Company. The company relied heavily on vessels like the Bachamo to supply isolated trading posts scattered across the Canadian Arctic. Every summer, when sea ice retreated, ships transported food, equipment, fuel, mail, and commercial goods to communities that remained inaccessible for much of the year. Timing was everything. Once winter ice returned, escape became nearly impossible. For years, the Bachamo completed these demanding Arctic voyages successfully. Her captains understood the dangers. Even during summer, floating sea ice could shift without warning. Powerful winds compressed ice fields against coastlines. Temperatures dropped rapidly. Mechanical failures became life-threatening. Yet experienced crews learned to work alongside nature rather than against it. Every successful voyage required patience, skill, and a little luck. In October 1931, the HMO completed another season of trading along the northern coast of Canada. Captain John Cornwell began the return journey before winter completely sealed the Arctic. But nature had other plans. Near the coast of Alaska, worsening weather trapped the vessel within expanding sea ice. Initially, this wasn't considered unusual. Arctic ships occasionally became temporarily immobilized while waiting for changing conditions. The crew remained aboard. They expected eventual release. Instead, the ice tightened. Storms intensified. Escape became increasingly unlikely. After several days, company officials decided the safest course was evacuation. Most of the crew traveled over ice by dog sled and aircraft to nearby settlements. A small group remained aboard, hoping improving weather would free the vessel. For a short time, it appeared that hope might be justified. The HMO briefly broke loose from the surrounding ice. Then another blizzard arrived. Visibility disappeared. The ship vanished into the storm. When conditions improved, she was gone. Captain Cornwell believed the HMO had finally sunk beneath the crushing Arctic ice. The remaining crew departed. The ship was officially abandoned. Then came the first surprise. A local Inupiat hunter later reported seeing the HMO drifting several dozen miles away. She had not sunk. She floated calmly through the Arctic ice without anyone aboard. A salvage party quickly reached the vessel. To their astonishment, she remained largely undamaged. Some valuable cargo was removed. But worsening conditions once again forced everyone to leave. This time, there would be no further attempts to recover the ship. Nature reclaimed ownership. Or so everyone believed. Over the following years, reports continued arriving from across the Arctic. Whalers spotted her. Trappers encountered her frozen into drifting ice fields. Explorers photographed her from a distance. Each sighting seemed almost unbelievable. The HMO wandered wherever winds, currents, and shifting ice carried her. Sometimes she appeared trapped in massive ice sheets. Other times she floated freely across open water. She became something of an Arctic legend. People began referring to her simply as the ghost ship of the Arctic. One of the most remarkable sightings occurred in 1933, when a group of Inupiat travelers boarded the drifting vessel seeking shelter from bad weather. Imagine climbing aboard an abandoned cargo ship that had been wandering alone through Arctic waters for years. Cabins still contained furniture. Equipment remained scattered throughout the ship. The engine room stood silent. The vessel had become a frozen time capsule. The travelers spent the night aboard before continuing their journey the following morning. The HMO drifted away once again. Throughout the 1930s and 1940s, additional sightings accumulated. Pilots flying over remote Arctic coastlines occasionally spotted the familiar silhouette trapped within sea ice. Merchant ships crossing northern waters reported seeing her unexpectedly emerge from fog. Whaling crews described watching the abandoned vessel drift slowly past enormous icebergs. Each encounter reinforced her growing legend. Unlike fictional ghost ships, the HMO repeatedly proved she was very real. Marine scientists have long been fascinated by her survival. How could an abandoned cargo ship remain afloat for so many years? The answer lies partly in her construction. The HMO possessed a strong steel hull designed specifically for Arctic service. Although not technically an icebreaker, she was built to withstand seasonal ice pressures far better than ordinary merchant vessels. Arctic sea ice also behaves differently than many people imagine. Rather than constantly crushing ships, it often lifts and supports them. As ice expands and contracts, vessels may become trapped, released, and carried over astonishing distances by ocean currents. The Bachimo essentially became an unwilling passenger of the Arctic itself. Scientists studying Arctic circulation note that powerful currents, combined with seasonal wind patterns, can transport sea ice hundreds of miles each year. A vessel embedded within that ice moves with it. Some years, the Bachimo drifted only short distances. Other years, changing ice conditions carried her remarkably far across the Beaufort Sea. Without engines. Without crew. Without navigation. Nature alone determined her course. By the 1950s, the ship had become something of a maritime celebrity. Several expeditions even discussed recovering her. But each attempt faced enormous logistical challenges. The Arctic remained one of the least accessible regions on Earth. Locating a drifting ship required extraordinary luck. Even when found, rapidly changing ice conditions could trap rescue vessels themselves. The cost and danger usually outweighed any potential reward. The Bachimo continued wandering freely. The final widely accepted sighting occurred in 1969, when the vessel was observed frozen into pack ice north of Alaska. By then, she had spent nearly 38 years drifting without a crew. Very few abandoned ships in recorded history have survived anywhere near that long. After 1969, the confirmed sightings stopped. What happened next remains uncertain. Several possibilities exist. The most likely explanation is simple. Eventually, the Bachimo probably succumbed to years of relentless Arctic punishment. Steel corrodes. Ice grinds against hulls. Repeated freezing and thawing weakened structures. At some point, she may have filled with water and slipped quietly beneath the ice. If so, her wreck has never been conclusively located. Another possibility is that she drifted into increasingly remote Arctic waters before finally sinking far from established shipping routes. Given the immense size of the Arctic Ocean, locating such a wreck would be extraordinarily difficult. Even today, occasional expeditions continue scanning parts of the Arctic seabed using advanced sonar technology. Climate change has transformed portions of the Arctic, reducing seasonal sea ice in many regions and allowing researchers access to areas once impossible to reach. Some maritime archaeologists quietly hope the Bachimo may someday be discovered resting intact beneath the cold northern waters. Low temperatures often preserve shipwrecks remarkably well. If found, she could provide invaluable insight into decades of drifting through one of Earth's harshest marine environments. Unlike many mysteries in this documentary, the Bachimo does not owe her fame to disappearance alone. She became legendary because she refused to disappear. Year after year. Storm after storm. Winter after winter. She continued returning as though unwilling to let history forget her existence. Every new sighting reminded sailors that the Arctic follows rules very different from the rest of the world. In those frozen waters, even abandoned ships can seem strangely alive. Perhaps that's why the Bachimo remains one of the most beloved ghost ships in maritime history. She carried no terrifying distress calls. No mysterious deaths. No supernatural curse. Instead, she became a symbol of endurance. A vessel abandoned by humanity, yet preserved by nature. A silent traveler carried across the top of the world by ice, wind, and time itself. Our next mystery leads us even farther north into the unforgiving Arctic, where Sir John Franklin's famous expedition set sail with 2 Royal Navy ships in search of the legendary Northwest Passage. Both vessels vanished, triggering one of the largest search efforts of the 19th century and leaving behind a mystery that endured for more than 170 years. The ships were HMS Erebus and HMS Terror. Imagine abandoning your ship in the frozen Arctic. You watch it disappear into a blizzard. The sea ice closes around the hull. The wind howls across the snow. You accept the painful reality that your vessel is gone forever. Weeks later, someone reports seeing it hundreds of miles away. Months later, another crew encounters it again. Years pass. Then another sighting. And another. Eventually, decades go by. The same abandoned ship continues appearing across the Arctic like a wandering ghost, refusing to sink, refusing to disappear, and refusing to explain how it keeps surviving one of the harshest environments on Earth. Unlike many maritime legends, this story is almost entirely true. It is the remarkable history of the SS Bachimo, perhaps the longest-traveling ghost ship ever recorded. The Bachimo was built in 1914 in Sweden, originally named Angemanelfen. She measured approximately 230 feet, 70 meters, in length and was constructed as a steel-hulled steam cargo vessel. Following World War I, the ship became part of war reparations transferred to Britain, where she was purchased by the Hudson's Bay Company. The company relied heavily on vessels like the Bachimo to supply isolated trading posts scattered across the Canadian Arctic. Every summer, when sea ice retreated, ships transported food, equipment, fuel, mail, and commercial goods to communities that remained inaccessible for much of the year. Timing was everything. Once winter ice returned, escape became nearly impossible. For years, the Bachimo completed these demanding Arctic voyages successfully. Her captains understood the dangers. Even during summer, floating sea ice could shift without warning. Powerful winds compressed ice fields against coastlines. Temperatures dropped rapidly. Mechanical failures became life-threatening. Yet experienced crews learned to work alongside nature rather than against it. Every successful voyage required patience, skill, and a little luck. In October 1931, the Bachimo completed another season of trading along the northern coast of Canada. Captain John Cornwell began the return journey before winter completely sealed the Arctic. But nature had other plans. Near the coast of Alaska, worsening weather trapped the vessel within expanding sea ice. Initially, this wasn't considered unusual. Arctic ships occasionally became temporarily immobilized while waiting for changing conditions. The crew remained aboard. They expected eventual release. Instead, the ice tightened. Storms intensified. Escape became increasingly unlikely. After several days, company officials decided the safest course was evacuation. Most of the crew traveled over ice by dog sled and aircraft to nearby settlements. A small group remained aboard, hoping improving weather would free the vessel. For a short time, it appeared that hope might be justified. The Bachimo briefly broke loose from the surrounding ice. Then another blizzard arrived. Visibility disappeared. The ship vanished into the storm. When conditions improved, she was gone. Captain Cornwell believed the Bachimo had finally sunk beneath the crushing Arctic ice. The remaining crew departed. The ship was officially abandoned. Then came the first surprise. A local Inupiat hunter later reported seeing the Bachimo drifting several dozen miles away. She had not sunk. She floated calmly through the Arctic ice without anyone aboard. A salvage party quickly reached the vessel. To their astonishment, she remained largely undamaged. Some valuable cargo was removed. But worsening conditions once again forced everyone to leave. This time, there would be no further attempts to recover the ship. Nature reclaimed ownership. Or so everyone believed. Over the following years, reports continued arriving from across the Arctic. Whalers spotted her. Trappers encountered her frozen into drifting ice fields. Explorers photographed her from a distance. Each sighting seemed almost unbelievable. The Bachimo wandered wherever winds, currents, and shifting ice carried her. Sometimes she appeared trapped in massive ice sheets. Other times she floated freely across open water. She became something of an Arctic legend. People began referring to her simply as the ghost ship of the Arctic. One of the most remarkable sightings occurred in 1933, when a group of Inupiat travelers boarded the drifting vessel seeking shelter from bad weather. Imagine climbing aboard an abandoned cargo ship that had been wandering alone through Arctic waters for years. Cabins still contained furniture. Equipment remained scattered throughout the ship. The engine room stood silent. The vessel had become a frozen time capsule. The travelers spent the night aboard before continuing their journey the following morning. The Bachimo drifted away once again. Throughout the 1930s and 1940s, additional sightings accumulated. Pilots flying over remote Arctic coastlines occasionally spotted the familiar silhouette trapped within sea ice. Merchant ships crossing northern waters reported seeing her unexpectedly emerge from fog. Whaling crews described watching the abandoned vessel drift slowly past enormous icebergs. Each encounter reinforced her growing legend. Unlike fictional ghost ships, the Bachimo repeatedly proved she was very real. Marine scientists have long been fascinated by her survival. How could an abandoned cargo ship remain afloat for so many years? The answer lies partly in her construction. The Bachimo possessed a strong steel hull designed specifically for Arctic service. Although not technically an icebreaker, she was built to withstand seasonal ice pressures far better than ordinary merchant vessels. Arctic sea ice also behaves differently than many people imagine. Rather than constantly crushing ships, it often lifts and supports them. As ice expands and contracts, vessels may become trapped, released, and carried over astonishing distances by ocean currents. The Bachimo essentially became an unwilling passenger of the Arctic itself. Scientists studying Arctic circulation note that powerful currents, combined with seasonal wind patterns, can transport sea ice hundreds of miles each year. A vessel embedded within that ice moves with it. Some years, the Bachimo drifted only short distances. Other years, changing ice conditions carried her remarkably far across the Beaufort Sea. Without engines. Without crew. Without navigation. Nature alone determined her course. By the 1950s, the ship had become something of a maritime celebrity. Several expeditions even discussed recovering her. But each attempt faced enormous logistical challenges. The Arctic remained one of the least accessible regions on Earth. Locating a drifting ship required extraordinary luck. Even when found, rapidly changing ice conditions could trap rescue vessels themselves. The cost and danger usually outweighed any potential reward. The Bachimo continued wandering freely. The final widely accepted sighting occurred in 1969, when the vessel was observed frozen into pack ice north of Alaska. By then, she had spent nearly 38 years drifting without a crew. Very few abandoned ships in recorded history have survived anywhere near that long. After 1969, the confirmed sightings stopped. What happened next remains uncertain. Several possibilities exist. The most likely explanation is simple. Eventually, the Bachimo probably succumbed to years of relentless Arctic punishment. Steel corrodes. Ice grinds against hulls. Repeated freezing and thawing weakened structures. At some point, she may have filled with water and slipped quietly beneath the ice. If so, her wreck has never been conclusively located. Another possibility is that she drifted into increasingly remote Arctic waters before finally sinking far from established shipping routes. Given the immense size of the Arctic Ocean, locating such a wreck would be extraordinarily difficult. Even today, occasional expeditions continue scanning parts of the Arctic seabed using advanced sonar technology. Climate change has transformed portions of the Arctic, reducing seasonal sea ice in many regions and allowing researchers access to areas once impossible to reach. Some maritime archaeologists quietly hope the Bachimo may someday be discovered resting intact beneath the cold northern waters. Low temperatures often preserve shipwrecks remarkably well. If found, She could provide invaluable insight into decades of drifting through one of Earth's harshest marine environments. Unlike many mysteries in this documentary, the Bachamo does not owe her fame to disappearance alone. She became legendary because she refused to disappear. Year after year. Storm after storm. Winter after winter. She continued returning as though unwilling to let history forget her existence. Every new sighting reminded sailors that the Arctic follows rules very different from the rest of the world. In those frozen waters, even abandoned ships can seem strangely alive. Perhaps that's why the Bachamo remains one of the most beloved ghost ships in maritime history. She carried no terrifying distress calls. No mysterious deaths. No supernatural curse. Instead, she became a symbol of endurance. A vessel abandoned by humanity, yet preserved by nature. A silent traveler carried across the top of the world by ice, wind, and time itself. Our next mystery leads us even farther north into the unforgiving Arctic, where Sir John Franklin's famous expedition set sail with 2 Royal Navy ships in search of the legendary Northwest Passage. Both vessels vanished, triggering one of the largest search efforts of the 19th century and leaving behind a mystery that endured for more than 170 years. The ships were HMS Erebus and HMS Terror. In the 19th century, there was one prize every great naval power wanted to claim. A sea route connecting the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean through the frozen maze of the Canadian Arctic. If such a passage could be navigated, ships traveling between Europe and Asia would save thousands of miles compared with the long journey around South America or Africa. For centuries, explorers searched for it. Many failed. Some never returned. But in 1845, the Royal Navy launched what seemed to be its most prepared Arctic expedition yet. The commander was one of Britain's most respected explorers. The ships were among the strongest ever built for polar service. The crews were experienced. The supplies were expected to last for years. Everything suggested success. Instead, the expedition disappeared into the Arctic, leaving behind one of history's greatest exploration mysteries. The expedition was led by Sir John Franklin, a veteran naval officer with decades of Arctic experience. Although Franklin was nearly 59 years old, considered advanced in age for such an unforgiving mission, his reputation inspired enormous confidence. The Royal Navy selected 2 specially reinforced bomb vessels for the voyage. HMS Erebus and HMS Terror. These ships had already proven themselves in Antarctic exploration years earlier under Sir James Clark Ross. Their hulls were strengthened with heavy timbers. Iron plating reinforced vulnerable sections. Steam engines, adapted from railway locomotives, provided limited propulsion when winds failed. They even carried an internal heating system designed to improve survival during Arctic winters. For their time, they represented some of the most technologically advanced exploration vessels ever assembled. The expedition departed Greenhithe, England, on May 19, 1845, carrying 129 officers and sailors. Crowds gathered along the riverbanks to watch. Families waved goodbye. Few realized they were witnessing the last confirmed departure of every man aboard. The ships crossed the Atlantic successfully and stopped briefly in Greenland for final supplies. There, whaling crews became the last Europeans known to see the expedition alive. Everything appeared normal. The crews looked healthy. Morale seemed high. Franklin expressed optimism. Then, the ships sailed west toward the Canadian Arctic. History lost sight of them. At first, no one worried. Arctic exploration required patience. Expeditions often disappeared from communication for years before returning. The ships carried provisions intended to sustain the crews for at least 3 years. The Admiralty expected silence. But as season after season passed, silence transformed into concern. Then alarm. Then desperation. By 1848, when no word had arrived, Britain launched one of the largest search operations in maritime history. Over the next decade, more than 40 search expeditions crossed the Arctic. British naval vessels, private explorers, American rescue missions, even overland expeditions joined the effort. Never before had so many resources been devoted to locating a single missing expedition. The search dramatically expanded European knowledge of Arctic geography. Ironically, while searching for Franklin, explorers mapped enormous stretches of coastline that had previously remained unknown. Yet the expedition itself remained missing. The first major breakthrough came in 1850. Search teams discovered abandoned camps on Beechey Island. There, they found 3 graves. The men buried there were John Torrington, William Braine, and John Hartnell. All had died during the expedition's first winter. The graves were carefully constructed. Nothing immediately suggested catastrophe. But why had 3 healthy young sailors died so early? The question lingered for more than a century. Then, in 1859, another discovery transformed the investigation. An expedition led by Captain Francis Leopold McClintock uncovered a small written document inside a stone cairn on King William Island. Today, historians know it as the Victory Point Note. It remains the single most important written record left by Franklin's expedition. The original message, written in 1847, reported that all was well. The ships had wintered successfully. Franklin remained alive. But a second note, added around the margins in 1848, painted a devastatingly different picture. It revealed that Sir John Franklin had died on June 11, 1847. Both ships had become trapped in ice for nearly 2 years. The surviving 105 officers and sailors had abandoned HMS Erebus and HMS Terror, intending to march south toward the Back River in hopes of reaching civilization. After that, the written record ends forever. For generations, historians tried to imagine what happened next. The Arctic offered few clues. But the Inuit, who had lived in the region for thousands of years, possessed knowledge that proved invaluable. Long before European search parties arrived, Inuit hunters reported seeing desperate white men dragging heavy boats across the ice. Others described abandoned camps. Some recalled stories passed down through generations of starving sailors struggling across the frozen landscape. At first, many European officials dismissed these accounts. That proved to be a mistake. Modern historians now recognize Inuit oral history as one of the most valuable sources of information about the expedition. Many details later confirmed through archaeology had already existed within Inuit traditions. As scientific investigations expanded during the 20th century, researchers uncovered disturbing evidence. Examinations of the Beechey Island burial suggested several crew members suffered from serious health problems. One theory centered on lead poisoning. The expedition carried thousands of newly developed canned food supplies. Some historians proposed that poorly soldered cans contaminated food with lead. Others pointed toward the ship's freshwater systems, which also contained lead components. High lead exposure can impair judgment, weaken the body, and reduce decision-making ability. For decades, this became one of the leading explanations. More recent studies, however, suggest the picture is more complicated. Lead exposure likely occurred. But whether it directly caused the expedition's collapse remains debated. Another major factor was scurvy. Although the expedition carried preserved foods intended to prevent nutritional deficiencies, extended Arctic winters made maintaining health extraordinarily difficult. Vitamin C deficiency weakens muscles, damages connective tissue, and severely limits physical endurance. Imagine attempting to drag heavy sledges across hundreds of miles of sea ice while suffering from exhaustion, malnutrition, and freezing temperatures. The odds of survival became vanishingly small. Starvation almost certainly played a role. This evidence strongly suggests that, during the expedition's final stages, some survivors resorted to cannibalism. It remains one of the most tragic and emotionally difficult conclusions in Arctic exploration history. Not because it reflects cruelty, but because it reveals the unimaginable desperation faced by the last survivors. Modern historians approach this evidence with sensitivity, recognizing the extreme circumstances involved. For more than 160 years, one enormous question remained unanswered. Where were the ships? Despite repeated searches, neither Erebus nor Terror could be found. Many assumed the ice had crushed them completely. Others believed they had drifted far from the original search areas. Then, modern technology changed everything. In 2014, a Canadian underwater archaeological expedition made a historic discovery. Using advanced sonar systems and remotely operated vehicles, researchers located the wreck of HMS Erebus in the waters of Queen Maud Gulf. The ship rested remarkably well preserved beneath the cold Arctic Sea. Cabins, cannons, equipment, even delicate artifacts survived after nearly 170 years underwater. It was one of the greatest maritime archaeological discoveries of the century. 2 years later, in 2016, researchers located HMS Terror. Its preservation astonished even experienced archaeologists. The vessel appeared almost as though it had been gently placed on the seabed. Windows remained intact. The wheelhouse survived. Interior rooms contained artifacts left exactly where the crew had abandoned them. The freezing Arctic waters had protected the ships in extraordinary condition. Yet despite finally locating both vessels, many questions remain unanswered. Why did Franklin choose his final route? Exactly how did the ships become trapped? Why was Terror found far from Erebus? How long did some crew members survive after abandoning the ships? Ongoing archaeological research continues examining personal belongings, documents, and shipboard artifacts in hopes of reconstructing those final months. Each new expedition adds another piece to the puzzle. Perhaps the Franklin expedition teaches a lesson unlike any other story in this documentary. Sometimes, finding the wreck does not solve the mystery. It simply changes the questions. The ships have been found. But the human story, the decisions, hopes, fears, and final struggles of the 129 men, can never be fully recovered. The Arctic preserved their ships. It could not preserve every answer. Today, HMS Erebus and HMS Terror rest beneath the icy waters they spent so long trying to conquer. Silent monuments to courage, ambition, and the unforgiving power of nature. Our next mystery shifts from the frozen Arctic to the warm waters of the South Pacific, where a merchant vessel carrying passengers and cargo was discovered abandoned despite remaining afloat. Food was still aboard, cargo remained untouched, and no convincing explanation has ever fully accounted for the disappearance of everyone who sailed her. The ship was called the MV Joyita.